Hey, what's up, Recud? Hey, check it out. I've evolved the stream. You guys' chat is going to be on screen again now. Hopefully that's going to be working. Unfortunately, you all still have the same color on your name. I don't know how to fix that. And I think we have stream alerts again. What do you guys think about the audio levels? Listen to this, listen to the music, my voice, and this kick here. If you could listen to me doing a little wall combo here, and you guys can let me know if my, I've been like working on all my settings and setting it all up on the new PC, right? Does that work for you? Is anything loud? Is anything low? What do you think? I sound like a midget. That could be like always though, right? That could just be my voice not being very nice. It's great? Then why is he calling me a midget? Is he just being mean? Hey, what's up, Amnon Mori? We're setting up some settings quickly here because of the new computer situation, but hopefully when this is like working, it's gonna be like this like every time, and it's just gonna be good, you know? I feel like the chat box is kind of narrow, right? If you write more than 3 words, it's gonna like... You've been partying hard? I didn't forget you. I didn't forget you. I know who you are. I know who you are. It's cheating though, because your name in game and your name in chat is different, right? And I am very popular and I have billions of viewers, so you know, you can't expect me to like keep track on 2 names per person. Okay, so I changed the alert box a little bit, or the chat box. Let's like reactivate it. Are we still getting chat on screen? I like changed the font. Alu, there you go. And see, the letters are smaller, which means that you can write longer messages in 1 row. Damn, I'm getting good at this streaming stuff. All right. Hey, do you guys want to play this video game? I'm gonna go get a coffee, but as soon as that's done. Can you hear the music? Is it very low? Can I get one more quick comment on the audio? Because if the audio isn't good and you don't tell me now, it's going to be bad for hours. So I'd rather know right now and then have the rest be smooth sailing, you know. Because I don't have any feedback. I can't listen to the stream.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist.
Finally got myself a nice long controller cable today as well. So I can play the game without sitting with my hands to the side. I had such a short controller cable. Because obviously I was on a laptop before, which is on the desk, so I only needed a cable about that long, but now my computer's over there. Audio is fine, audio is solid, damn. Hey, sick. So the only thing I need to figure out is the get you guys different name colors in the chat box, if that's possible on YouTube. Text color. Here we go. Hey, what just happened? Oh no, I accidentally made the text dark gray. That's no good. Let's accept this match. You're a red name now? We'll see. I'll we'll see what color your name is now. Hey, let me play this king, alright? You guys are so demanding.
Fight.
Nice back one. A throw coming here, probably. Hey, nice walk, dude. People are dangerous at Fujin rank these days. Remember the first time I got Fujin? I was living in Kyoto at the time. The jab! That's like the perfect answer! Wow! Fujins be throwing hands, dude.
Fight.
Sidewalk. Ice cold hop kicks. Ice cold. Ooh. Damn, he's strong. Oh, you guys are red names now. That's funny.
Fight. Perfect.
10-second round. Damn, at least that's damage.
Fight.
Wish I'd known. Good choice, good choice. Hop kick. Yeah! I'm reading you now. He's gonna keep hop kicking. I'm gonna start punishing with 2-4. I've like never used that for punishment because I just like 1-1 so much. That's punishable. All right, final round. We're making the comeback.
Fight.
Don't whiff. Not gonna reach the wall, right? Okay. Wow, okay. Alright, we still have one chance when we get up here. The Oki is brokey on King, but okay, he doesn't want to play Oki. It's for casuals. Oh, it's tense!
KO.
Get him with the pokes. Uksam. How you guys doing? It's Saturday, right? You guys like Saturday, don't you? I boosted myself. Yeah, I played a tiny bit off stream. I actually had like a good streak.
Round one.
frame is as based as Eris? That's like the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me, dude. I'm at that age now when, you know, like, it's cool when you're a kid in the schoolyard to, like, not be impressed by cool guys. But I'm old enough now that I'll admit Eris is, like, one of the few people in the world that I'd be, like, starstruck if I met him. No, I wouldn't want to meet him. That's not the point. He's a streamer. He's on screen, but he's funny. I think that guy is, like, a genuine inspiration. The fact that he's successful while laughing at the entire establishment thing. Speaking of, like, ads and being a sellout or whatever, I found this, you can take, like, an entire year worth of behavioral biology courses from Stanford University just online, and it's free. I mean, they're old lectures, but there's, like, hours and hours and hours, like an entire year worth of, like, lectures from this biology professor called, I think it's Robert Sapolsky, who's like a primatologist, endocrinologist, like one of the most, like, crazy interesting people in that field, right? And I was listening to, like, I'm convinced now that, like, endocrinology is, like, the really dark side of biology. It's, like, what I would want to study if I ever, you know, could go back to university. I always regretted studying economics a little bit because it can be a very interesting academic subject, but at the same time, not really, if that makes sense. I don't regret studying it because if I had, for example, gone into, like, biology, like, I wanted to be I wanted to get into biology when I was a kid. It was like a dream of mine. I wanted to be that or a journalist, right? But he was talking about endocrinology and how, you know, there's this hormone, I think it's a hormone, called oxytocin, right? You've heard of it. And a really weird finding is that you can have just like oxytocin in a spray bottle, and you can squirt it into people's noses, and it enters the bloodstream, you know, through the membranes in the nose. And if you've just sprayed them with oxytocin in the nose, they then become, like, significantly more likely to believe what you tell them or trust, like, information that you give them. So obviously there's, like, a developing field where advertisers are going to try and use, like, because if I were to, like, say you're watching Evo, right? You're watching Evo, and you know, Rip is breaking the Kazuya figurine and then trying to, you know, pretend that it's high quality. And they're like, oh no, he broke the figure. Quickly cut to a cup noodle commercial. And they do, right? But right as they do, some sort of machine, I don't know, squirts oxytocin on you. You are then much more likely to, like, respond positively to the ad, to trust the promises that it gives. Like, for example, the example that Sapolsky used in his lecture was, like, if you say this product will make you happier than you are currently, you're, like, much more likely to believe it and then consume, right? I'm like, that is easily one of the darkest things I've ever heard. It's like gonna be the next thing that Twitch or Amazon or Google do, right? It's like, if you want to skip the ad, okay, so you have to watch 3 ads. But if you inhale this thing, you then only have to watch 1 ad. You know? Something like that. It's crazy, right? Love Rip. I mean, he's one of those where he's been around and he's done a lot for the community. I've always been very sort of pretty much anti-establishment, you know, rebel. I'm still in my teen phase, I guess, but the fact that a lot of those people now, like, will sit there and, obviously it's a big tournament with thousands of people watching. There are going to be ads and products and tie-ins that they have to talk about and promote. You know, I'm not a child. I understand that that's the world we live in, but at the same time, I sort of have to make fun of it, right? Especially when something that funny happens. Meanwhile, the most expensive, like, collector's edition or special edition of Tekken 8 that you can buy now comes with one of those figurines, and it's $400. I'm surprised Rip didn't get like, maybe he got like physically reprimanded by Namco. Harada, like after the show, Harada's like, oh no, Kazuya figure desu ne, ano desu ne, Kazuya desu ne. And then, you know, Rip had to commit Sudoku. I'm gonna like be quiet and beat this guy now. Dude, he is like very hop kicky, but he's also successful with it. It's not like these hop kicks are missing. Maybe I should try blocking. He also doesn't throw, which is throwing me off because I'm ducking a lot when I don't have to, because this king doesn't use throws. Maybe I should hop kick. What do you guys think? Ooh, he caught me in the air. Oh no! I like Spag though. I like Spag too. You know, he's literally British. And if you're gonna listen to his commentary, you have to deal with the fact that he is British. I think he's from... Is he from... Is he a Brummie? Is he from Birmingham? I don't know. But it's bad damage, fam. Kazuya? that's Spaghetti Rip. Kazuya. And you know, Kazuya gets this damage, man. Is that a pretty good Spaghetti Rip impression? Hey, what's up, LK, mate? Check it out. We got stream alerts, we got chat on screen. Let's make the chat a little bit smaller so you can see Noctis's hindquarters. Yeah, he's a Brummie. Hey, guys, something magical happened last stream. Remember I had like a 6-hour stream last stream, and I was like trying to have like more of a positive outlook overall throughout the stream. Something that hasn't happened for like a year happened after that stream. It was crazy. And I almost didn't notice it. I was just going through like some video stuff a couple of days later. And that stream got monetized. Like no yellow symbol, no red symbol, no copyright claim. So essentially, if I decide not to scream like the C word every 2 minutes on stream, it seems like Google are more likely to, you know, to be positively inclined towards my content. In it, bruv. Spaghetti Rip has haters. I think he has haters. I've seen some Spaghetti Rip hate. I don't really know what it's about, but I'll say this of him, having spoken to him about Tekken, you know, a couple of times on pods and live chats. Let's give him a bit of damage just to equal the playing field a little bit. Okay, one throw. That's enough. There we go. His opinions on Tekken are solid, and in a way that's like kind of like the highest praise I can give someone, because as you know, not that many people like share my takes on Tekken. My opinions are a little bit out there, but when he's like, okay, the reason this move is good is you will be in this situation and then this happens, and I'll be like, he's right, that does happen. It does work like that. So I like that, and he's also funny. You gonna start throwing now, bro? This is the same guy, right? Oh no! Dude, he's like option selecting my rage strat. But I was prepared for the jab, that's why I did the backup cancel, because I was hoping that would go under his jab, and it worked. Only it evaded the Rage Shard instead. Good block. Down 2. Boom, 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 down. Hey, this down 2 move, they've done something really great with it in Tekken 8 if you haven't seen it. You know how she currently spins in place? And that will push the opponent gradually outside of the range of the move, making it inconsistent. They've made it so now, she spins twice and then she takes a big step forward and she spins a third time for like a sparking hit and the rest of the damage, which is crazy. Is it New Year? Hey, what's up? Yes, okay. No, not yet. It's tomorrow. And I'll be working, but today I'm off. Oh, I didn't with punishing time. Hey, nice capital punishment, dude. Oh, I just realized this is a different king guy to the last guy. Didn't the other guy also have a name that started with E? But I noticed now he has a different profile pic. Ah, so the last guy, I was still playing the way I was adapted to him, like not expecting him to throw, but this guy is throwing.
Great.
That was pretty great. That was pretty great.
Fight.
Solid parry. I do that. One of my recurring like weaknesses as a Tekken player is where I place my low pokes is very pattern dependent. So it's easy to get a hard read on my low poke sometimes because I tend to do a low poke in similar situations. So I'm vulnerable to low parry as a player. I'm also vulnerable to throws because I sometimes have significant drops in reaction speed for some reason. But you know, you work on it, you get better. Ah, I was hop kicking. Nice side roll. Ah.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh no, here we go. I'm banking on 1 plus 2 being the right choice, by the way. Oh, he didn't finish. Poggers.
You lose.
That's what we use auto throw breaks. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't know how. Like, if you guys had to guess how many people on average in like online Tekken use cheating software. If we include everything from like overlay, which is cheating, to like straight up running scripts to save scumming, to auto throw break, to auto low parry, to auto high duck, you know, to buying and then picking Kunimitsu. That's another way of using software and $4 to cheat.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Good choice. Good choice. Do the real combo. It's like 3 extra damage, so I think it's worth it. down. Got him. The mix-up. GG's. You play mostly defense? Yeah, but you can have... there's like a... I think it's one of the reasons I had a really big downswing in my overall success rate with Elisa, where I like took her to TTG. And then I like got it, but I got it back like 3 times, and then I got demoted much more. Is that I was way too focused on defense to the point where I became passive. And you know, if your opponent's playing successful, aggressive character and like mixing you 3 times a second, standing there and watching it is gonna land you at so much disadvantage. Not frame disadvantage, but like disadvantage overall. So you kind of have to get stuck in even if you are playing a defensive character. Sometimes at least. Nice wizard. Oh wow, I was doing an armor move. You saw it, right? That's tech. Ooh. He doesn't wanna like chill. He doesn't want to be on the ground. He's like, get up, launch, hop kick, you know. I should try and whiff punish him more. Okay, here we go again. What's the button? Is it the 1? Is it the 1 plus 2? Alright, got the whole thing. Fair and balanced, as the Majin would say. Fair and balanced. Oh, you had to... If I win this, it'll be like... Okay. Like, if I'd won this, that would have been painful for him. I wasn't supposed to be while standing too. Nice Jaguar step, dude. And he mixed his throw with a hop kick. Hey, well done, dude. Nice 3-0. Grab a coffee. You know, I was actually going to do exactly that. We'll grab a coffee while the match loads.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, there we go. I should react to the Jaguar step. It's not like he's gonna do the Jaguar step and then knock her into cutscene.
Round 3. Fight.
This punishment, dude. Okay. Oh, I thought I rolled out. What do you do there? Is it like a get-up kick? Is that it?
Fight.
everything is like a little gimmick that you have to learn against King. Let's do an armor move. Oh, and he probably has some Oki here that you like can't escape, right?
KO.
Nicely done, dude.
You lose.
You want to play someone who isn't going to do multi-throws after this? This is TMM with an AI model and voice. Yeah, near the ceiling. I'm in a loft, so most of my apartment is down there. And up here I have my computer and my bed. So in other words, this is where I spend my days and nights. Should start ducking those. And you can know I'm not main man because he wouldn't pick this character. Then again, didn't you play Elisa like on stream recently? Never mind, I am the main man. Finally. Finally, I've achieved main man. Oh, check it out, it's working. Stream alerts, thank you. I'm gonna check out who that was in a little bit. Let me just win this real quick.
Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
He knows how to side roll that. It's like impressive for this rank. Like people eat that at God rank for the most part.
KO. Round 4.
Should we chainsaw him a little bit more?
Fight.
Oh no, she flew past him! Didn't get the punish!
KO.
Hey, who's being generous? God hands. Hey, Mishimas are easy. Here. And thank you so much for being a member for 13 months, which is crazy in and of itself, but also thank you for confirming that my stream alerts are working again. Hey, what's up, Chris Crane? I bought a new computer to play Tekken 8, which I'm very excited about, but lost all my ranks. But, you know. Frame without trash talk? Alright. I'll keep it to a minimum, I promise.
Fight.
I mean, if we see some Bryans, I might dip into trash talk for tradition's sake, you know? I don't want you guys to think I've started liking Brian or something. Somebody told me Brian has an electric in the new game. Has that person misunderstood something, or is that true? Because Kuma has an electric, Reina has an electric, we've got 3 Mishimas, and then Brian has an electric. I mean, the electrification, the electrocution of the franchise. I mean, I had this thought. I was walking down a staircase. I don't remember where it was. Maybe it was at work. I remember I was walking down a staircase when I thought this. The electric in Godfist, basic as it is in terms of like, it's not a very cinematic looking move, is really the main character of this franchise. Because Kazuya isn't really a character, and neither is Jin, and they don't really do anything, and they have the same personality, and they, you know, they mainly, you know, wear leather. Oh no, the Jaguar step is too powerful. The electric is the real protagonist of the franchise. My graphics card is an RTX 4070, which I've understood is pretty nice too. When I was looking at like gaming computers trying to learn how they work so I could buy one, I realized that, yeah, you can spend like $1,000, $2,000 on a gaming PC, but you can also like spend $8,000. And there are these NVIDIA graphics cards that I've like never heard of. Like, do people own those? Who owns those? Is it people who like stream for a living and are extremely successful? Do they buy those computers? Because I've tested Tekken 8 on this new computer that I bought, and I can play it on Ultra without like any slowdown, any problems at all, right? So why would you do, like, why do you need a gaming rig for like $8,000 when this is like, this is already sort of capping out? You know what I mean? Can't believe I've played as King for so long. We should play somebody else. I feel like a good games, but I feel like I want to play somebody else just because I'm not like interested in getting into breaking your multi-throws right now, even though I should practice that more. But it just means that like every other round I have to watch a cutscene and I lose like, you know, half my life bar. So we'll play against somebody who's not going to do that. People with money to waste. I saw a guy the other day who had a watch, and I'm like, that looks like a nice watch. And I don't know a lot about watches, but I have a friend who does, and we looked it up, and he was wearing a wristwatch that was $70,000. Which means that you can buy, I mean, depending on where you live, multiple houses instead of that wristwatch, right? They're getting sponsored. Hey, that makes sense actually. Hey, another thing that's crazy is I played World of Warcraft. I installed World of Warcraft again because, you know, I've played it since I was 14, and I never really had a really good computer to play it on. So, you know, even though I've done raids and I've done big battlegrounds and stuff in the past, I mean, in Wrath of the Lich King, I was doing, you know, heroic and hard modes and stuff. So I've been successful in that game in small periods when I've committed to it, but I don't have like all these achievements going back years that I can show you, because mainly hey, thank you so much Jaquil Patnode for subscribing. Thanks, man, if you are a man. So I'm like playing World of Warcraft and I max out all the graphical settings, and I'm like, damn, my monk, I play a monk in World of Warcraft, it looks so cool. And then I'm like, wow, it really looks so good. But I realized, because I looked at my frame rate, and my frame rate was capped at, it was like constantly only 60 frames per second, which is good. I mean, it's what this game here, Tekken 7, is running at right now. Fighting games have to have a fixed frame rate because, you know, that's how they work. That's how we count speed in this game, right? So you can't have a faster frame rate in Tekken 7 because, I mean, you can't play the game properly. So it's not like a crappy frame rate, but I'm like, okay, 60. But then I realized, and I didn't know this, that what VSync actually does is it locks your frame rate into, I think it's something to do with the refresh rate of your monitor, and that gets into gigahertz and stuff, and I don't understand it, but basically it can throttle the frame rate of your game, right? So I'm like, okay, let's try and turn VSync off. And I was in this old legacy raid, you know, looking for transmogs, and my frame rate in World of Warcraft went from 60, which I thought looked fantastic. I'm like, man, what if I get like 100 frames per second? This game is gonna look so smooth. It started running at 520 frames per second, dude. So it's, I mean, it's how many times more? I'm bad at arithmetic. I was gonna say, yeah, I'm, you know, but it's a lot more. Like a lot more. 520 frames per second. Like, I was like, okay, if somebody like gave me a quiz, they're like, how good do you think the frame rate's gonna be if you turn off the VSync? I'd be like, well, in my moist dreams, 120, double what it is right now. But it went up to like almost, it's 9 times more. It's almost, so it didn't double, it, whatever 9 is in Latin, tupled, which is crazy. Hey, what's up, Ultra Instinct Josie? Chris Crane is gonna try and snipe. Damn, what a sick stream so far. We've only just started. G-Sync and FreeSync? And V-Sync? And double D-Sync? You guys just inventing stuff now, trying to trick me because I don't know about technology, dude. It's not gonna work. Trying Radeon now. I was looking at a lot of reviews of GPUs before I bought this one, and people were saying very, very good things about the Ryzen cards as well. So I don't think you're gonna go wrong. Just the idea of being able to play the game, have it look really good, and not think about graphics. I mean, I'm thinking about it now because of how good it looks compared to what it used to look like. But like never having to worry about performance at all. It's definitely a luxury, but I'm so glad I invested in that luxury, because if you consider like my life, I like play video games to an extent where it's clearly worth it. I do it so much, and I stream it. Oh wow. The little Majin. Majin, is this you? Good block. Damn, look at these Fujians, dude. I almost don't believe they're Fujians. I almost don't believe they're Fujians. They're like making choices, dude. Could also be that I've been like not Fujin for years, so I like underestimate what people are like in these ranks because I don't play in them, you know, typically. Damn, I'm down 2 already against this guy. Look at the low blocks. Look at the duck. Fantastic, dude. Really nice promo. But this is good, because now he's Raijin, same as me, so now I get more points for beating him.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hey, Obase, are you the are you the Tekken statistics guy? Hey guys, big shout out to Obase in the chat. You know when we used to get statistics on like what characters were being played and at what rank or whatever? I think this is the guy who made all those numbers. It almost warrants like a Lord. It's almost like if I were Eris, you'd be Lord Obase. Or Olba is what we called you, right? The patience, dude. Like, he's ducking, he's whiff punishing. I'm impressed with this Raijin guy. No joke, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. This is very, very solid.
Fight.
This is very solid. Should have broken that. I thought it was a wizard because he ran me, you know. It's the difference between guessing what throw it is and actually looking at the hands. That's the difference.
Round 3.
Alright,
Fight.
time to get good. Not my specialty, but I'll do my best. He's got rage drive, we gotta be careful.
KO.
Can't stay on the ground if he's got the rage drive, you know?
Fight.
Okay. Oh! You can convert that? That's crazy. Alright, final round. I said I was gonna get good, and it happened. That's magic.
Fight.
Oh, the snake edge! Okay. GG's, dude, GG's. I'm so glad I decided to focus up because I've been like bleeding points for no reason.
Get ready for the
Save corrupt. No, I just switched computers, and because save files are local in your PC, you lose them if you switch computers. Old Blaze, yeah. Old Blaze is the cool guy who makes numbers. Old Blaze is his brother, who never amounted to much, you know. That's his stoner brother. Tricked him. I tricked him with the string.
round.
Tricked him with the string.
Fight.
Hey, nice block. You should have punished. Could have launched that probably. Very good whiff punch. Did you see that? Consciously went into full crouch to get his longer range launcher, which is the while standing version. Like that. That was impressive. Straight up impressive. Ah, I whiffed. That should have been it. That should have been it. It whiffed. Okay. 1-1.
3. Fight.
Nice whiff punish. Good block. I think it's throw o'clock right about now. Alright, alright. We still have control.
Round 4. Fight.
Let's commit to the 2 button for this multi-throw. Let's actually do lows. Oh! The robbery almost. Hey, GG's too. We're doing well now, we're doing well. Doing better now, Gucci sweater now. This is from the Swedish equivalent of Walmart. I am lying. I would never buy clothes, it's like expensive clothes. Unless it was for a very specific reason, dude. You can get really nice, comfortable clothes that don't cost money. Steam Cloud does save it. Yeah, but you know. Hey, thanks, Yusuf Gets It. See you around, dude. Am I an Elisa main? I'm gonna start out maining Elisa in 8. That's what I've decided. I will definitely play Zafina and probably Lars and Leo. If I'm gonna try one of the new characters, it's probably gonna be Victor. So those 5 characters you are likely to see explored on this stream in the first weeks of Tekken, you know. But then who knows what happens? You know, you come back in 2 years and I'm all of a sudden, you know, Shaheen Boy or something. It could happen. You never know.
Round 1. Fight.
I like this new like mix that I found for the stream music. I think it's kind of perfect. Like it fits the mood. It's not. It's varied enough that you don't like get tired of it. It's pretty good. Oh, I didn't punish properly. Rare hell sweep block and I don't punish properly. Do you see the tracking on that? Very good block. Very good block. And punish killed. Because of his rage. The reason I hopped it is I thought he would hard commit to the blue hell sweep. Very. Look at Raijins! Oh no. Look at Raijins. That move, I mean, you should like never finish that string unless you know the opponent has whiffed. So it's my bad for doing it, but she's far away and she lands and crouch, so it can be kind of tricky to punish, right? This guy does a deep dash electric and gets it as I'm standing up. That is like Mishima players in high ranks don't do that well. They do a demon paw and call it a day, you know? Is Raijin the real TGO?
KO. Round 3.
Do I enjoy the changes? I enjoy the changes to Elisa, definitely. I think her new combo game, I mean, okay, so you look at the back 4 series, this move, you know, that I failed earlier and he electricked me. This was basically Namco telling us when they put this in the game, because it's new, it came out in a patch for this game, that Elisa, we don't want her really to have execution complexity for combos. That's not what the kind of character that she is. So what we're gonna do is just give her the ability to basically do these like automatic little strings and get her combo that way, you know? And it's 15 frames, which is standard impact frames for like a whiff punisher and everything. So they've gone a step further with that in 8, where she now has the Sredon, you know that thing, where she throws her head, and then the new move Guduge Deshta, you know that Ender from Chainsaw or from Dual Boot, right? So, I mean, those things are going to be good in open air. I hope you still get to do like cool combos that you can, you know, construct and adapt and convert like a real Tekken character. That's a bait. He's baiting raid charts now, this guy. So close. 1 frame difference right there. So it's a little bit, you know, iffy, but at the same time, it does mean that if I like launch you on a really big stage, you know, the shrine stage, or I'm at an awkward angle, I can probably just do 2 of those cinematic moves and get like 68 damage and move on. So I don't know. But I like the changes to Chainsaw.
One.
quite a lot,
Fight.
and I'm excited to use them. Maybe we should use chainsaws against this guy. Do you think he knows what to do? All right, we're playing good in the neighborhood right now. Good low parry. Bad lag. Right when he comboed as well. I'm not lag switching, I promise. Sometimes that raid shard will switch the camera angle. So if you hold block, he actually gets the raid shard anyway. I was very scared of that happening right there.
KO.
All right.
Round 3. Fight.
Ooh. The French champagne.
Get ready for the next battle.
Thanksgiving service at church. Hey, what's up, John? I didn't know, do you do Thanksgiving this time of year in your home country? In Malaysia? Because Thanksgiving is earlier in
1. Fight.
America. But it's a specifically American tradition, right? Because they're thankful for, it's got something to do with the colonization of the continental US somehow. And you know, like most American traditions, like the historical aspects of it are very, I mean, they're not to be anti-American or anything, but they're spurious at best. Like the Midnight Ride of Paul Revere, I think it's like just a completely fictional account, things like that, you know. Christopher Columbus, I've heard, I don't know if it's true, that he never actually set foot in America but only made it to the Caribbean, things like that. But that would mean that you are actually thankful for something else if you celebrate it in Malaysia, unless you've borrowed the tradition from the Americans, which you might have. I mean, it's what the Japanese do. They've doubled up, so they have all the American holidays and then the traditional Japanese ones.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Psych. Here's one thing I've noticed. He doesn't backdash, right? Like, I'm Korean backdash canceling and he's not. So maybe that's something that like people at these ranks don't do. He's wave dashing though. Oh, that hop kick would have killed.
KO.
That hop kick did kill.
Round 4. Fight.
Let's counter it. Probably try to do an electric, but you never know. Mixed this hell sweep with a demon paw right there. That was clever. Ah! Finished it! Nice round, dude. Nice round. Japanese with the Christmas KFC. Yeah. They are doing like preparations for New Year's at my girlfriend's house right now. What's really cool about, like, New Year's Eve is big in Japan. Like, that's one that they've that's like a big important holiday. It's like way more important than Christmas to the Japanese, right? Isn't that a one break? I wanted to parry again, but you know, whatever. Makes your thumb numb? Well, probably the reason. This is a big tip if you want to learn how to Korean backdash cancel. If it's making your thumb numb, you're doing it too much. And the reason you're doing it too much is probably because you're practicing it. So here's the thing, right? People try and learn the backdash, so they go into practice mode and they're doing this, and then they run up and they do this again. And it's like, oh, and the thumb starts cramping up, and it's... But the thing is, when you know how to do it, when you've learned it, you don't do it that often. You do it like twice, and then you wait for a little bit, and then you do it like once, and then maybe you do it 3 times a little bit later. And the thumb never gets tired. Like, I don't get a tired thumb from doing it in matches. So it's only gonna make you tired in the thumb while you're learning it. And then you'll be fine. Paradoxically, it gets...
Round 1. Fight.
Because you only do it that much when you're like trying to repeat them in practice mode. I should remember about his back ones. He likes them. Counter hit. Good block. Ah, of course.
KO. Round 2.
Am I being too generous? I mean, I'm not complaining about your generosity, dude. As long as you have money to spare, I'll take it. But prioritize yourself. I'm very, very happy when I do get donations because it's like, it's such a... it's like overwhelmingly generous and appreciative of the stream, which, I mean, you can't help but be happy about that. But then it's also like, I mean, you get money for playing a video game they would be playing anyway. But so I'm always happy about it, but I don't do this for a living, and I don't think I ever will. Unless it somehow explodes in a huge way during Tekken 8, you know, and it seems viable. But even then, I'll probably don't do it forever. So, you know. It's so sad when you see like people who are just like on the verge of being able to support themselves with streams and content, and they really have to like try and squeeze more donations and more generosity out of their fan base so that they're able to survive. It's really tragic, right? But I think it's forbidden to ask people to donate, right? It's forbidden to ask people to interact with ads and stuff as well, I think. Can you joke about it? I think you should be able to joke about it. Oh, here we go. Okay. This is why I didn't want to play you anymore. Alright, we got it. I need the bathroom. Maybe I should go to the bathroom. I had all that black coffee. DPS begs every 10 minutes. I think you wrote those letters in the wrong order. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. I really appreciate it, dude. And if there's anything I could do for you within reason, you know, I'm not going to get my junk out. I mean, you're probably not interested, but... Do I do the reverse method or the back version? So when I learned how to do the backdash, I wanted to learn how to do the down back version, so not the quarter circle version. So I practiced the down back version, and I eventually got good at it, and now I can do it. But if you look at my inputs, I do, because of the way I do it, occasionally get a quarter circle input instead of the down back. And it doesn't slow me down or like affect my ability to do the backdash, you know, it's still fast and clean. However, the one thing that it limits me, the one way in which it limits me, is that I would have to change the way I do the backdash input if I ever wanted to play a backsway character, right? Because if you, like, half the time get a down back input when, or a quarter circle input when you don't want to, that's going to mean that you're going to do a backswing instead on all those characters. I'm very happy with the way my backdash feels, and it works, and it's reliable. You know, I've done it in Tekken 8 and it works fine. So like, I'm going to go for this. And the other thing is, think about the backsway characters in the game, right? Think about the backsway characters. What backsway characters do we have that I might want to play? So there's Brian, you know, Omega Lul, right? There's Nina, Omega Lul. And there's Paul, you know, Gorilla Boonga Boonga, right? So I don't think I'm missing anything. But, you know, it would be such a troll if Namco like put Miguel in as DLC, but he has a backsway now. But then I would like change my backdash input so that I could play him properly.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Do the low. I love it when they listen. Ooh.
You win.
Tell me your real name? Never, dude. Never. I mean, I trust you guys. We're like a little, you know, nice little community here, and I've like never had issues with viewers. So, you know, I could say my real name. It's just like one of these like rules that I came up with when I made my first ever YouTube video. I was 27 years old, and I've always been very skeptical about content creation as a concept. I don't think it's like I'd seen so many indications of it not being healthy, right? You see these like super salty fighting game streamers descending into madness. You hear about people getting swatted. You hear about people who like, you know, there are stories of people like, you know, there's, I don't want to mention names, but you know, I'm mentioning these names in a very sympathetic tone of voice. People like Chris Chan, and one of the most like tragic stories of a live streamer ever, in my opinion, and like honestly one of the stories from the internet that has impacted me emotionally the most. Like, I think about this guy a lot. Terry A. Davis. And if you don't know about Terry, then I would recommend you check out, there's this great YouTuber called Frederick Knudsen. I think he's Danish. He recently made like a 5-hour documentary on the video game EVE Online. He does like ridiculous deep dives on very diverse but also extremely interesting topics. It's honestly, he probably is one of the coolest YouTubers out there in the world. His video on the Austrian wine poisoning is excellent. It's perfectly structured. But I would recommend you check out his YouTube documentary on Temple OS. But the thing with Terry, right, was he was a programmer. He's quite a lot older than us, like 2 generations older than the average Tekken player these days. So he's a programmer from the earlier days of computers. And he was a very religious person, and he was a schizophrenic, right? And by the way, I've been learning about schizophrenia like 2 days ago. I mentioned I'm following these Stanford lectures on human behavioral biology, and it would, like, Robert Sapolsky had an hour and a half on like the genetics of schizophrenia and language, which was like, it was one of the most interesting things I ever listened to. I mean, tragic as well, right? But Terry was a schizophrenic, right? Paranoid schizophrenic, which is a specific, like, that's a real thing. That's a variety of schizophrenia that you can have. And he sat basically in his parents' house. He lived in the US, I think in the South. And he wanted to create his own operating system. And his idea for his operating system was that it was going to be the final Temple of Solomon, and like an operating system for his computer that he could use to communicate directly with God. So he built, and I asked my friends who are programmers in IT what this means, but his operating system that he created had a compiler and something else that like an operating system is supposed to have. And you know, a very ambitious, I mean, it took thousands of hours of his life to create this, right? It's not typically a one-man project, but he tried to get people interested in his project, and as a result of that, people of the internet discovered him, and they started throw the dagger. I love it when they listen. I knew he was going to counter my projectile with his own, so I honestly shot the missile just because I knew I could 10 frame punish his dagger to kill him, because he had that much life left. And I love it when you like predict something several seconds in advance and set it up and it pays off. It's one of the best feelings ever when you play this game. Do I consider myself conservative or liberal? We talked about this on the last stream. I consider myself neither. And I'm more interested in like knowledge and information. I don't want to get like I don't express political opinions when I'm communicating with others, or ever really. And I also try not to have them. I try not to formulate political opinions because I consider them a burden. Yeah, so Terry wrote this operating system, and as he was trying to get people to give him some attention for this project that he'd been working on for years, like the internet noticed him and they started harassing him, right? Calling him, making fun of him. Some people were, you know, more sympathetic and tried to support him in different ways. But he was obviously very, very ill, and his paranoia got worse, and he eventually ended up homeless. He was convinced that he was that he was married, I think, or in a relationship with this female YouTuber called Physics Girl, and he had this whole fantasy with where they were together, and he was living alone on the streets, live streaming from him, I think inside his car or just like libraries and stuff, and was convinced that she was, you know, gonna come out and join him at some point. It's very, very tragic. But getting back to my original point, right? I've seen so many tragic stories of content creation and having a public life online being very, very damaging to people in sinister and dark and complex and new ways, right? And I never wanted to end up there. At the same time, I found myself when I was playing Tekken, usually when I would go to the bathroom and I'm just, you know, in the bathroom and I'm thinking to myself, as you do, and I would like be formulating these like concepts of, okay, so like, what is like how do mids work in Tekken? What is the thing about mids? And I started like thinking about the move lists of my characters. Okay, so highs are faster on average, but mids do this, and like formulating all these sentences and concepts. So like I wanted to get them out and I wanted to talk about it, and I really wanted to like try and make videos. But at the same time, I was very cautious, right? So I'm lucky that I waited until I was 27 years old before I like made my first piece of content, because I was already an adult. I was basically the same person who is sitting here right now. Hopefully I've learned a few things and evolved a little bit since then. But so I laid down these ground rules for the way I had to do it if I was going to do it. It was like I was putting conditions on myself. Rule number one, I wasn't going to reveal my actual real identity. And I think, I mean, if you were that interested, you could probably find out if you did a lot of digging, you know. I've mentioned places I've gone, places I've lived. You know, if you were the CIA, it would take you 5 minutes to figure out what my name is. But I'm not going to talk about it. I don't film, you know, the inside of my house and show you my crib. My girlfriend has featured in 2 live streams when we played Pokemon together on the Switch. But for those, I had the camera turned off because you know, this is my thing. And if there are any negative consequences because of me doing this, they are my consequences to suffer and not hers. You know, and the fact that I'm like a fighting game player and I have like, if I say so myself, beautiful Japanese girlfriend, like I could boost my viewership by using that. I could sit here, play some ukulele music and be like, I teach my Japanese girlfriend Tekken, and I would get, you know, a lot of views on that. But I don't want to. I would never like want to use that, you know, to make the stream more successful. So, yeah, exactly. Main man gets memed on from stuff from 10 years ago, and totally right. So it's this whole thing. So my one of my rules was I never talk about my real life because it's not really relevant to this. It's almost like we're in our own little world here. You know, I'm Frame, your chat. This is the game we're playing, and it's, you know, we're hanging out, and it's genuine, and I am communicating with you guys with I think a lot of honesty, and I am present, but at the same time, you know, it's separate from what I do in the real world, right? And also, I would never clickbait unless it was a joke, which I've done as a joke, right? I would never get into like drama with other people and say something negative about a real person, again, unless I was joking or, you know, or being sarcastic or ironic. And also, like, yeah, another one, like number 4 was no political opinions, no, you know, I don't want to discuss like heavy topics about things that happen in the real world. I'm interested in learning about those things, but I don't express opinions on them, right? And the fact that I've followed those rules reasonably well, I think has been great. I could probably be a bigger YouTuber than I am if I didn't do those things. If I did more videos where I'm like memeing on main man or like reacting to stuff or getting into drama or commenting on drama or, you know, getting my girlfriend in on cam, stuff like that. But it's not worth it, dude. It's not worth it. And I think one of the reasons I decided to like leave the Frame Whisperer persona behind last stream, I made that decision was I looked at the last couple of streams that I'd done and I'm like, damn, I mean, I am getting salty and all like, you know, wound up about the game, and it's fun and it's intense and it's like, you know, what fighting games, one of the funniest parts of fighting games in a big way. But I'm like, damn, if you drop into this stream right now and you see me do this for the first time, you would think that I was like very upset and something very dark was happening. And also, like, you get that excited and negative about the game repeatedly, even if you're doing it to like a large extent ironically, it does physically change you. Like, you have, you know, hormones and neurochemistry punishing you for being in this sort of, you know, mental state for extended periods of time. So again, I'm glad that I decided to like, you know, remember why and how I've decided to do this, and then do it right. A good duck thing. Why are you so influenced though? That didn't punish? I'm shocked.
Round 2.
The green rank law, yeah. I mean, that was hilarious to me. Because not only was I like, oh my god, he's doing like the scrappiest law moves, I was also me realizing at the same time that Tekken hasn't changed that much as we might think between 7 and 8. These are the exact like annoying online law moves that we're dealing with in 7 right now. And I'm like, oh no, 10 more years of this. And it was hilarious, right? But getting that right is hard. That's top level Twitch acting, and there's a very fine line between that and, you know, something that just looks like, again, me unraveling on stream, right? And that archive of that is going to be there, like you said, like Main Man 10 years from now. And so I think what a typical streamer would do if they realize that they like need to sort of change their approach to their content a little bit is like, oh, pretend you know that that they always had like a complete handle on it. You know, it's difficult for people to publicly admit that they've been doing something wrong, but you know, I'm an adult human being, and admitting that you like might need to rethink things and approach things differently is like, I mean, it's like one of the most important things that you can decide to do as a person, right? Because it's the only thing, it's the only way things ever get better. I just realized why this feels weird. It's a 4-bar Wi-Fi. I was like, this feels a little bit jank, and that's why. It's like, I feel delayed because of the 4-bar Wi-Fi, but I also feel delayed because Feng's frame data is consistently so much better than mine that he's gonna be ahead either way. Nice Iron Buckler. The classic Iron Buckler setup.
KO. Final round. Fight.
I've decided you could convert like this, by the way, with back 4-4, which I'm going to start doing. You know, there was this book that I got for like, because when I was young, like my... Oh damn, one of my headphones died. Can you guys still hear? I need to switch my headphones. I think my left headphone ran out of batteries. Wow, okay. Not only damage and frame privilege, but range. He won! That's crazy. Let me switch my headset and see if this works. I hope this isn't going to cause all kinds of technical issues now. All right, so I'm back. Now I just need to select these new headphones to be the Melania Salt Stream. Yeah, you know, I mean, I stand for the opinions I've expressed, and I stand for what I've said. If they're bad jokes, then I stand for the jokes. But it's like a shift in perspective, and me noticing that this is making it, you know, slightly less fun for me. This guy's a lever, so we're not going to play him. So here we go. Choose where to play sound. Speakers. I don't own any speakers yet. What's this? Allow apps and Windows to use this device for audio. What's happening? The music, oh, the music just stopped because I disconnected my headphones. There we go, okay. Can you guys hear everything still? The music, me, everything? You want to see non-salty frame fight Melania? I'm going to do another Elden Ring run very soon. I want to do a strength build because I did Dex Faith last time. I want to try and do like a big weapon strength build, or I'm going to do a strength build with... power stancing, like, you know, clubs or maces or something, and I want to go heavy into strength, or maybe just like a cool big weapon. So yeah, we could do that. I'll definitely play Elden Ring again. They patched Lies of P, by the way, and I heard they buffed a bunch of weapons, and they made like stagger attacks easier to do and stuff, which made me kind of sad because, I mean, I'm glad I beat Lies of P before this patch, but I don't want it to be easier on the second playthrough because now that I've beat the game, I'm obviously much, much better at it and I know what's going to happen. So, yeah, it's kind of sad. You've got bursitis. I don't know what bursitis is, but I've had an inflammation in both of my shoulders, but especially my right, for 6 years now that won't heal. So I feel your pain. Shoulder issues are the reason I have my shoulder problem is that the first few years I lived in Japan, I just bought a futon and I put it straight on the hardwood floor instead of, you're supposed to have like a Berserk RP run. Don't worry about it. I've always really disliked great swords in all the Dark Souls games. I've always thought they looked silly. The entire running with the thing like that on your back and it just goes out like 3 meters. I've always thought that the very famous Dark Souls carrying a great sword aesthetic is very awkward. So I never use great swords in any Dark Souls games. If I do a strength build, it would probably be something like maybe I'll get like a heavy shield and a large one-handed mace or something. I don't know. We'll see what happens. The cool thing about Elden Ring is that there are little cool weapons everywhere. So you start with something that works and then you discover the build as you go, which is super sick. Yeah, halberds are super cool as well. Halberds are also like historically, and spears, some of the most like useful and impressive weapons. My other problem with the way people play, just from an aesthetic standpoint, Dark Souls and Elden Ring, is they will like have a halberd like the way some sort of person on an ancient battlefield would, and then the halberd is like that and they hold it at the end of the haft, or they have one in each hand. And so they're like an L. The body is right here, and then the weapons extend as far horizontally from them, and they're running around doing this with these. And it's the same thing with an arms warrior or a fury warrior in World of Warcraft. It always looks extremely awkward to me. Whereas when you have like a really cool looking, like the hand axe with the wooden handle, like that thing, the hand axe, which has been in like all the Dark Souls games, and it's been consistently one of my favorites, starting weapon for the pyromancer in a bunch of the games, right? That thing would be heavy, too heavy for most of us to swing effectively, right? For fighting, unless we like practiced a lot with it and had a lot more muscle. I guess Kyle is a boxer, but I'm not. Berserk is the best thing. Berserk is very unique and very, very good. I agree. I need to go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back, okay? And I'm going to turn the mic off so you guys don't listen to me do my business. 5 minutes on the bag. Yeah, I used to do like, I was never like advanced or anything, but I've like done martial arts in the past, and I had a bag at home. I mean, Kyle, you're gonna laugh, but I was very young. I mean, I'm guessing maybe I was 16, 17, and I had a bag, and I was like, why am I using, and it was a vinyl bag, by the way. I can't play 4-bar Russian Wi-Fi, it's a little bit too much. And I was like, why am I using these boxing gloves all the time? I need to like toughen up and like harden my hands if I'm gonna be like a good boxer. So I started hitting the bag really hard for like a while with no gloves on this like nylon bag, right? And I had so much like adrenaline going that I didn't realize my hands were in massive amounts of pain. And then after a while I stopped, and all of a sudden it was like my hands were on fire. It was so painful, and I looked down, and obviously I'd like just scraped the skin off of my knuckles on both hands, and they were all messed up, dude. But I did that for a while. I did EI for a while, and I got to third Q in EI, which is, you know, it's what Zoro does in One Piece. It's when you have your katana in a scabbard and you pull it out and you do techniques and you put it back, you know. I mean, I was a nerd, I was a weeb, you know. I'm not embarrassed about it, but, you know, at the same time, it is embarrassing. A little bit. I did capoeira a couple of times, and a couple of classes of Krav Maga. But I was never really into doing any kind of like class or exercise in a group, because I just, I know myself now, so I know why. It's because I don't like being in groups of people or around strangers. And if I can do something on my own, completely in private, it's infinitely better to me, and I will like never choose to be around people or strangers if I can like avoid it. And so all of these, like going to a class, changing in the same room as other people, these things, they're like impossible to me. So you know, one of my closest friends, one of the guys I moved to Japan with, we've talked about this guy before. He's the guy who wanted to take us to a Korean restaurant and then ended up taking us to a Korean travel agency. That guy was a giant guy, by the way, 2 meters tall, and he was into both judo and Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and he was pretty good at it. He was like, you know, he took 2 classes a week, but for like years, so he was pretty good. I mean, I think, by, you know, whatever paradigm I'm capable of, you know, what my limited perspective. But it was really nice having him around when you were like out partying and doing stuff, because like he could just like, if a guy was being annoying, he could, because he was giant as well as knowing grappling, right? So he could just grab a person and just put them to sleep, and it was very like, you know, easy, quick, and then you know, crisis averted. Trando. But that guy like tried to get me into jiu-jitsu, and think about like my aversion. Like I tend to find like the bodies of strangers off-putting. I don't like secretions, sweat. I hate feeling another person's breath on my face. Makes me want to wash. Or their sweat, you know how guys, like, you'll be in a room and somebody will fart and it's funny, but the fact that like ass gas is in my body, yeah, it's you know, it's not my thing. So even though like I've found jiu-jitsu to be so fascinating and really like would have wanted to try it, because you have to get sweaty and lie on, like, you know, on top of another guy, or have him on top of you. I'm also, you know, don't like sweating much, because it gives me skin rashes very easily. Like, just made it a non-option for me. Good block, dude. Oh, and the throw, that's a very, very bad choice right there, dude. Not to be critical. It worked, but it's a bad choice. Most people don't even work out. Yeah, I try and do a little thing, like a little of working out. I do some stretching. I do some, you know, push-ups. every once in a while, but not honestly not much. I definitely should do more. What are your thoughts on Soulcalibur 6 and the franchise in general? You're gonna like this answer if you like Soulcalibur. I wish, in many ways, that Soulcalibur was the big 3D franchise that everybody played, and not Tekken. If they could like switch places, that would be huge for me, because I think in general, Soulcalibur character design is better and more successful. I mean, there are exceptions to it, you know, Exiba or whatever, Natsu. Soulcalibur 5 was weird. I also like the epicness and the music. Like, even though most people have not played a whole lot of Soulcalibur, when you start up a Soulcalibur game and it goes, dun, dun, you know, the super epic music and a tale of soul and swords eternally retold. You get like happy and epic, and it's very like arcadey and cartoony, but it's like more, I don't know, it feels very inspired. And the idea of all of the characters specializing in a certain type of weapon is cool, because it means that they all have distinct fight styles, right? Soulcalibur 6 also did something very interesting where they put these small character-specific mechanics in that honestly I really like. So for example, if you block enough attacks with Sophidia, because she like has a shield and is supposed to be like a shield maiden in that game, she powers up in a certain way. If you shoot people with Cervantes' gun, things change. Song Mina uses like a bladed polearm, and she has this thing where even though the weapon is long, you specifically want to hit with the bladed part of the polearm and not the pole, and then you get all these extra properties. And that's like a fantastic idea to keep the characters diverse. Even though they're like in the same system, they're all like doing their own things, and they feel very distinct. I think Soulcalibur consistently has had the cooler looking, more fun to use version of Yoshimitsu. So yeah, if we were waiting for Soulcalibur 7 right now, and everybody was super excited because Soulcalibur 6 sold 11 million copies, and trailers were coming out for all these new Soulcalibur characters, I'd be completely okay with that. I mean, I obviously like Tekken as well, but Soulcalibur for me is just, I don't know. There's a huge fun factor in all that, the fantastical world and the music and everything. Soulcalibur 6 had really cool stages, really good music, looked and sounded fantastic. It was just cool. I wasn't good enough at it that I could like make a comment, like an educated comment about its balancing, but I had the sense that it was not very well balanced when I played it. Some characters early seemed to be very, very good, like Nightmare seemed ridiculous, but you know, I could be wrong. I'm getting thrown so much today. Keelik, yeah. I mean, do horse stance frame, super underrated. I don't know what horse stance is. Would be super cool if Elisa just got down on all fours and started running around like a horse, and there's this entire horse stance that I've never heard of. Watching Ares videos, yeah, Ares obviously loves Soulcalibur as well. I mean, he's a Soulcalibur Evo champion, right? They just made too many mistakes consistently with the way that game came out. It wasn't able to retain its popularity. Has to do with a lot of things, and again, I'm no expert, but if you're interested in like really this one of the major like, because Soulcalibur 2 I think was successful as a competitive game at like tournaments and stuff, but then Soulcalibur 3 had something called, I think, the GI bug. So you could like GI, which is this major mechanic in Soulcalibur, but it would like bug out the game and make it basically unplayable. And this was back in the day before you could patch something like that. So that became competitively non-viable. And then 4 came out. I always thought 4 was kind of weird. The characters included like Darth Vader and stuff, and it I don't know. That one was strange to me. It's probably my least favorite, like aesthetically. I didn't like the Star Wars characters being in there at all. And then 5 came out, and you had all these like classic characters being replaced basically with daughters. You know, Namco has a habit of just releasing daughters. Kunimitsu's daughter, Michelle's daughter, you know, probably they got to make more characters into robots so that they won't age and they won't have to release as many daughters. Because I don't know, and you know, that goes back to the Japanese having an ability in video games and anime and manga of really writing characters that aren't 16 years old. There's a weird inability in Japan to write or be interested in characters who aren't specifically between 16 and 17. And it has to do with the weird, massive, like, impact that high school has in the life of an average Japanese person. Like, my girlfriend is traumatized by her high school experience because she was in one of these clubs. You know, you join clubs in Japan when you're in high school, and you probably spend more time, a lot more time for some people, doing club activities than you do actually studying, being in the classroom. So it becomes your entire world socially. But there's also a lot of pressure because in Japan, you know, even when you're young in academia or, you know, in school, it always has to be centered around performance and results and tests and tournaments. So like if you're in the you know, I don't know, the chess club, you're playing chess 5-6 hours a day. You're in a very like strict hierarchical system where teachers and people who are older than you have to be like talked to in specific ways and defer to, and then there will be constantly be competitions, and you will be like reprimanded and feel terrible if you don't perform at these contests. So I mean, in a way, it teaches kids how to organize and to do a lot of things, but it also kind of robs them of their childhood and traumatizes them in significant ways, I think. And I think like when you're 16 years old, 17 years old, like one of the things I think a lot of people do around that age is like they discover their sexuality for the first time, and that's the whole thing, and that's dark and difficult, but can also be like awesome, you know, hopefully it goes well. But that's like delayed and has to come later, it seems like. I remember this very distinct thing that happened when I worked at the hotel in Japan. And oh, I thought he won. That was the first round, sorry. I worked in the hotel in Japan, and there was this, I thought it was either a choir or an orchestra, but there was this big tournament in the city. So people who were like very good, or schools who had very good bands, I think it was like a band, orchestra sort of a thing, came from all over the country, and they had this big tournament or like contest, or I think they called it a concours in the city that I lived in. And so for like a week, all of our rooms in this hotel, all the rooms were basically occupied by Japanese high school students ages like 17, 18, and their teachers, because they had to like stay there for the contest, right? And I remember thinking, like, if you got, I mean, I wasn't popular and didn't really like have girlfriends and stuff when I was in high school, but I mean, a lot of people did, and I just imagined like my high school and like all of us going like on a big trip and then living in a hotel and together, and you know, we're doing these activities, and I mean, obviously the first thing that would happen would be like, you know, some of the guys would sneak out at night and try and get past the teachers and the staff and go like see the girls in their room and maybe play some music and hang out. Oh, my controller died, sorry. I need to reconnect it. You know, maybe somebody would like sneak out and try and buy beer, you know, because you can buy beer anywhere in Japan. They have like stores everywhere. And like, you know, maybe somebody would kiss a girl for the first time and all these things that like kids do that age, but they were just focused on this immense amount of anxiety that they had for this competition that they were about to enter. And one of the main like schools that stayed with us, the largest group of kids, I was younger then than I am now, and in better shape, looked better than I do now. And they got very excited, you know, the young people, about this, like, this white guy who they thought looked cool who worked in the hotel. So the girls would come around and they'd be like, hey, what's your name? And like talk to me and stuff. And I'm like I really wanted them to do well in this contest, because like after like 5-6 days of meeting them every day and seeing how hard they worked, how early they got up in the morning and organizing and bowing and cleaning their instruments or whatever, like I wanted them to do well. And then they did not do well. They lost, and they lost quite bad. So they came back the night that they lost. They still had like 2 or 3 days in the city. And we would serve them dinner in the main hall. So like because they had booked like with food, right? So we would do this like giant, buffet in the main dining hall, and then all the kids would come down and eat and hang out. And the teacher gets up. I'm standing right there. And like the main strict older man teacher who's like in charge of everybody goes up, and he has like he does like a speech in front of all of the kids, and he doesn't say, and this is what shocked me, it was one of those, I mean, people always go like, what was the most surprising thing, what was the biggest cultural difference living in Japan, you know, for you? This was there aren't as many as you would suppose. Unless you're like a very naive person, but this was one of them. He didn't get up and say, you know, you all did really well, thank you for working so hard, you know, we'll do better next year or anything. He was actually like critical and trying to use, and I mean, these kids were crying. They got back and I'm like, how did it go? How did you do? And the girl started crying, and she said, you know, we got knocked out. And they felt terrible. And he doesn't go up and go like, you know, good job or whatever, or, you know, he saw that as an opportunity to teach them a lesson by making them feel worse, which is a very Japanese teacher or Japanese boss or Japanese parent thing to do. So he was like, this morning when we were leaving for the tournament, they had like a bus they had to get on by, you know, this and this hour to go to the thing. And there was like one guy, this kid who like was late, and we're talking like he had to go get something from his room, and so the bus departed 2 minutes late because they had to wait for him, right? It didn't impact the results, it didn't change anything. They weren't late. This kid had to like run and get something from his room, and they left 2 minutes. Like they were supposed to leave at 7, they left at 7:02. And that in Japan, that sort of a thing, 2 minutes can be cataclysmic for people, you know. You might have to apologize for a lot of people for that sort of thing. And he was like, oh, so this morning somebody was late. Why? How could you be on such an important day? Why would you be late? How could you make a mistake like that? How could this matter? And all the kids are crying listening to this guy and like apologizing to their teacher for not being better. Dude, I mean, oh, and I remember hating him and wanting to go up and go, I mean, because I was in my 20s, and I wanted to tell them that nobody I went to school with worked as hard as you guys. Nobody in my country has ever worked as hard as any of you guys. And they're all fine. They don't study themselves to pieces and practice every day, but some of them are successful musicians. Like I went to school with a couple of people who like make music for a living now or produce music. I went to school with people who run their own companies at this point. A bunch of losers as well. But you know what I mean? It's like you'll be fine. Try and enjoy this. I mean, you're here with your best friends. You're on this trip. And I was just so frustrated, dude. It was horrible to have to listen to. And these kids are like crying, and they're gonna like be crying on the bus all the way back to their hometown and feel horrible. That's the sort of thing that goes on a lot when you're in high school in Japan. But then obviously a lot of people have extremely formative experience. Says they have like their most significant friendships of their entire lives. All these things happen, right? So, you know, high school, and then after that, you either go to university or you find a job. and then that's the rest of your life, right? So I think the reason you have this extreme tendency in Japanese media of really everything being about 16, 17-year-olds is that is like that is when like this if you look at a timeline of an average Japanese person's life, there's this like node in the timeline that's like so explosive and powerful and impactful, and then there's a lot of like, you know, sameness and not much changing. You know, typically if you get like a job at a big company in Japan, when you're 20, you work in it for the rest of your life. They don't switch jobs the way we do. So I think maybe that's why, but it looks strange to us when you have developers, when you have like Harada and the gang, dudes in their 50s, like replacing a 30-year-old character with like a 16-year-old character daughter, because we need to have all these very, very young girls in our games. Because that's how old the characters are in Japanese games, you know? We have to have these daughters, right? Or cryogenically frozen women or whatever. And then it's that other thing of them having a very different view of like, should you have, how much skin should you show? How much like, how short can the skirts be? Stuff like that in these games. So you end up with a lot of like scantily clad, very young female characters. And as a Western consumer of those games, it ends up feeling strange and a bit icky, if you get catch my drift, right?
Round 2. Fight.
Good block. Good whiff punish. No combo though. Yeah, that coupled with the very sort of relaxed attitude they have towards the whole concept of the lolly, it's a bad look for Japan in a lot of ways. It's unfortunate. But, you know, they're nice people. It's a fantastic place and a fantastic people. I mean, I basically consider it home to a larger extent than I do Sweden these days. Like, I'm going back for the first time in 2 years. 10 days from now, I'm going. And I feel like I'm going home, you know, in a lot of ways. But it's also true that I did not have any male friends in Japan who were Japanese. All of my guy friends were from, like, America and Europe. And I had many Japanese friends, some of the most like meaningful friendships of my life, but they were all with women, because there's something about Japanese guys that obviously there are going to be exceptions to it, but it was inherently off-putting to me. They were inherently off-putting. It was like a cultural thing, right? It was a cultural thing. You'd be like getting a beer with a work colleague who was a guy, and then, you know, you get a couple of rounds, and then he goes, okay, so should we start heading towards the red light district? And you're like, no, I'm gonna call it a night, because that's not my thing. And knowing that that guy is like, knowing that that work colleague of yours is like, got married a couple of months ago, and you've met his wife, and he's like, so do you want to go, like, you know, stuff like that. It was off-putting. You live in Japan, yet you feel weird about Japanese culture like that? Yeah. Do you have anything against otaku culture? That's a question that I could unpack for like the next 2 hours of the stream. What do I like against otaku culture? I mean, I was the biggest anime manga nerd, like in the world, more or less. I mean, I watched so much anime when I was a teenager that I realized one day that I understood Japanese, having not studied it. And I wasn't watching anime trying to learn it. I just consumed so many, like hundreds or thousands of hours of anime, that I all of a sudden realized that I basically understood what they were saying. Because my brain had like been exposed to it to such a large extent that the puzzle had been laid for me, like in my brain, right? So I mean, and I don't deny that. I'm, you know, that was me. And then I went there and I had this entire, I mean, it was significant in my life. But I put it this way. How many Americans do you know who, or whatever country you're from, probably. There are like things about the culture of your home country that you feel awkward about, or that you feel are unfortunate. Like, I love Spain. I've been to Spain many times. I went and studied in Spain for a while when I was like 16, 17, and it was like an amazing thing. I love being in Spain. I love the weather. I love the language. I love the food. I love Spanish people. I'm like, damn, Spain is so awesome. And then like one of my Spanish friends, Daniel, who was also in Japan with us, I was like, I think I'm gonna move to Spain one day, dude. I love that country. And he's like, don't. We have all these problems, you know. And he started explaining, like, you know, things about the culture and the Catholicism and the culpa and what's going on with the politics and all the rest of it, right? And I think it's like that in every country. And I don't know, patriotism, or like this idea of like being defensive about a culture, not able to see its flaws. When you have a country or a culture of millions and millions of people, necessarily and inevitably it's going to have a bunch of very, very serious problems. I mean, it, you know, because it's people. But that doesn't mean that I don't love Japan and that I, you know, like I said, most of like the top, outside of like my family, like all of my significant relationships have been there. All of my like most powerful experiences have been there. The longest job I ever had, the longest apartment I ever lived in, the longest relationship with a woman, the top three relationships ever, you know, I had with a lady, were in that country. So it's like, yeah, but I will also say that. Do you think people in your home country are ruder? Well, that's obviously true. That's obviously true. People are extremely respectful. The sort of social thing of like, you're not loud around other people. You try not to disturb people. You show a lot of courtesy by default. That's huge. And I've never been in another place in the world where it's at that level. I think they specialize in that more than maybe any other culture, and it's nice. But the thing about, like, a lot of people feel like they're outside the culture a little bit and feel like isolated, and like they never manage to fully integrate with Japanese society as foreigners who live there. When I move there, people will tell me that, oh, I know people who have lived in Japan for 15 years, and they say that they're, you know, because of racism or whatever, they never managed to completely integrate with the culture, and it's just not true at all. I met people like that as well, and you know what the difference is between them and a person like me and my friends? They didn't learn the language. They maybe learned the language, but they didn't become good at it to the extent that they could speak it naturally the way Japanese people do. I mean, you're never going to be like completely native level probably, but you can get good enough at a foreign language that you can like have a job, or, you know, do all the regular things. Like, okay, you need to phone the gas company because you have a question about your bill, you know, that sort of a thing. When you live in a country, you have to do that sort of thing. Maybe you have to go to like the local like city council because you need to like fill in some tax forms. if you get to the level that you could do that, like have a job, things like that, you can now participate in that very sort of specific, respectful, sort of social interaction and dance that they do. And as soon as you do that, this apprehension they have to try and communicate with you melts away, and they usually treat you like any other person, except for the fact that they might be very interested in, like, oh, what's it like where you're from? Tell me more about, you know, your country or the English language or whatever. But yeah, to answer your question, otaku culture, like I was part of it. I don't know to what extent I consider it like a culture, but it's this thing where, like, if there's going to be a downside and an upside, or a front and a back to every aspect of something like that, if you want to refer to it as a culture. Okay, so you have this guy who identifies as an otaku, and he has his, like, figurines of his favorite anime characters on a shelf behind him. Okay, so is that a hobby and something that he's interested in, that he has a healthy relationship to, or is he spending pretty extreme amounts of money when there are problems in his life that he probably should worry more about, you know? Or places that he could, for his own sake and for his own life, places where he could spend that money a lot more constructively. But he's like buying these things because that's his hobby and that's how he identifies, okay? Or some of those figurines of, like, 16-year-old women with almost no clothes on. Okay, well, that's what anime is like, and I like it, and I think it's fun. Okay, I mean, I'm playing this game right now. You know, we can talk about the stuff that happened in Tekken. I like Tekken. I support. I don't support Tekken, but, you know, I'm a constant enthusiastic consumer of this product, right? But it's not like I don't. Like, you almost have to see all sides of it. Something that I've seen, okay, when it comes to otaku culture that I think is very unfortunate, it's kind of this. It's similar, and if somebody's going to be, like, sad because I say this or feel personally attacked, I mean, please understand that I'm saying this from a place of extreme sympathy. But it's kind of the same thing where, like, a lot of guys of my generation, when I was, like, in my early 20s, got very, very into My Little Pony, and it became like an entire subculture as well. Not because it's an animated show or whatever, but more like, oh, this is like my place of comfort and my blanket that I use to shut out the difficulties and the hardships of real life, you know? I'm gonna watch this, like, happy, very, very colorful, very immersive thing and get really into it. And I'm gonna, like, buy these products, and I'm gonna identify as a part of this culture, and I'm gonna communicate exclusively with people who are part of the same culture. And I think for a lot of people, it's because being a human being and growing up and having expectations and things you have to do, it's very, very hard and very, very painful. And so people sometimes use the media they consume or the subculture they consider themselves a part of, an escape from all of that. But to the extent where what you would probably be happier in the long run if you decided to start to learn to tackle the difficulties of life, you know, and become stronger. And I think specifically with anime and otakus, that's a thing where that's a culture where that sort of phenomenon, in my experience, is very common. Okay. And I think that's unfortunate. So, like, I was really into all of these things, and it's still a part of me. And I'll tell you this. Here you go. I was going to stream yesterday, but I came home from work and I was exhausted because I had a very, very hard day at work. It was physically demanding. I was carrying heavy things. I got very hot and sweaty at the end because I was carrying, like, some heavy stuff and moving stuff around. And then I had to go home. It was raining very, very heavily. And, you know, it's the middle of the winter, so it was cold and I was wet. And inside my winter coat, I was sweating, and I had to go to the supermarket to buy food for myself. And the supermarket was extremely, extremely crowded. So I'm, like, crammed in with all these people. I'm very uncomfortable. I'm very tired. So I get home and I'm exhausted, right? And I realized that if I stream now, I'm going to be, like, tired and it's not going to be good. So I rewatched the entire Thousand Year Blood War anime of Bleach, all 2 seasons, and that's how I spent my entire evening yesterday. You know what I mean? So, you know, I'm still a weeb. I'm playing Tekken today. I was watching Bleach yesterday. I'm still a weeb, but it's like I don't identify as a weeb. It's not a badge that I wear. It's not I don't tell other people and like you know, introduce myself as that. It's like you know. Yeah. I don't, and obviously I'm gonna have a strange relationship with the concept of otaku culture, because like there's this YouTuber that I watch, and he's like a huge weeb and like anime fan, and he's been to like Japan twice on holiday or like, you know, a vacation or whatever, and like is interested in the language and knows like a little bit about it. And then when he has like a sponsor on his stream, it's this like kawaii box from Japan where you can get like sakura flavored like rice cookies and, you know, a nice little cute, you know, strap for your mobile phone, and it's all of that. And it's like I went there and spent half my life there and saw all these things. So like it's like I have a complex relationship with all of that stuff that like it's difficult for me to have one view or one opinion of it. Put it that way. Is that Giguk? I don't know what a Giguk is, dude. Oh, it didn't launch. Nicely done, dude. A little bit of jank, but you know. Oh, Shaky, that's you? Hey, you're rusty? I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was you. I was like talking. Let's be quiet and have a good game, huh? Oh, I was doing an armor move. I just got it out too slow. Like I had the right idea, but good combo, good combo. Let's go again. I had you. City Pop stream. You guys want me to? You guys want me to listen to? What's her name? What's the song? Plastic Love. What's her name? City Pop is a vibe. It's kind of samey though. Alright, Shaky. I'm gonna like focus up now. Oh, should have punished. Ah, nicely done. He's got Leo for his profile pick. I know who this guy's gonna main in the next game. And it's not Kaffe Königen. Alright, let's make it back. Let's make it back. I feel like I can do this. Oh no. Oh no! Oh yes, the wall damage. Uksam. Good doc. Okay, don't do lows too much. He's like good at dealing with that. Just in general. Solid down 4-2. Like the keep out down 4-2 is strong with Leo. Okay. Final round. Oh! Didn't think that would reach me. Oh. That's better. Is there any poking character in Tekken 8 you know of? Was maining Kazumi in Tekken 7? It's difficult to play a poking style in Tekken 7 right now. Poking characters are like going extinct in this version of the game. My like epiphany when I started playing Elisa is that you can still do that playstyle, but it's you have to have the right character and you have to do it very specifically, and sometimes you just got to switch on the bunga. The really great thing with Elisa is you have a specific stance for that. You can go into chainsaws and now you're like in your aggressive modo, you know? But now that you're taking a franchise where the poking playstyle like as a concept is already like going out the window, and you're pushing it not slightly but much further towards aggression as like the default strategy, I think playing like pokes in 8 is going to be very challenging. Again, you're going to have the right character, and you're probably only occasionally going to rely on the idea of like using pokes to set up other stuff. It's just like not a reliable enough source of damage. And it's also true that some of the best characters in Tekken 8, kind of the same as 7, but I think it's even truer in the new game, are going to rely on moves that are extremely low risk and extremely high reward, very safe, and tend to lead to high damage. So the example that I like to use is Jin's Ford 4, right? Jin's Ford 4 is a game where there's virtually no risk in attempting it, but the potential reward for like counter hitting with it is a giant combo and all this advantage, right? So if you consider like a Jin player standing over there doing forward force until he gets a counter hit, and now you're trying to whittle that person down with individual attacks like this down back 3 that does like 13 damage, 12 damage, 15 damage. Maybe you get a natural little string that you hit with that isn't safe on block and it does like 25 damage, you know? You are just like, the health economy is so in the favor of the person who is focusing on attempting to constantly apply very good launchers, that even if you are like the superior or more experienced player, you're going to lose a bunch of those matches because you have to hit them 30 times and they have to hit you twice. So like for you to realistically be able to win, you would have to be 15 times as good, not not a little better, but you would have to be 15 times as successful. And so what you have to do when you're playing pokes in 7 right now, and what you will have to do in 8 if you're going to attempt it, is like this thing. I can show you like on shaky now. Like you want to like do you're going to do a down back 3, and then you backdash and you look for an opportunity to launch, or you're trying to also set up more significant damage using your pokes, and you're not relying on the pokes for damage. Obviously you can get a poke train sometimes, and you get like a lot of damage that way. That does happen, but I wouldn't. Basically my advice would be this: what I encourage you to do, like more than anything, is find a character that excels at movement if you want to specialize in pokes. If you look at Kazumi, she has good movement. Elisa has good movement. Zafina has very good movement, and these characters can like quite successfully rely on their pokes, right? So you're doing this, backdash, down for 2. See that right there? That is like... That is what you're trying to do. But for that to be successful, the pokes and the movement have to work in tandem, because what you're essentially trying to do is not deal damage with pokes, you're trying to create whiff punching opportunities using pokes. So it's almost like this completely different like tree of like strategy. You have like characters who will throw safe counter hit launchers until they hit and try and get the launch that way. You have to construct the opportunity, and like the pokes are your toolkit, but rely on them for the right thing, you know. GG's the other night, it was really fun playing yours. Hey, Spira Nick, thanks so much. GG's, dude. Thanks for watching, and good games. Another thing that I would encourage you to do if you're gonna try and play like a poking character in Tekken 8, and this is very important, I would encourage you to become very familiar with the frame data of all of those pokes. So I know like this down back 3, for example, is like -1. So there are things I should and shouldn't do after it. Like a while standing 4 is a pretty good idea. I could stay down here, apply another low like that, you know, and like learn your little paths and typical like opponent behavior. And see the pokes as like means to an end, but connecting with them isn't an end in and of itself, if that makes sense. I think that's good advice. But you probably want the name of a character, right? Because you said you played Kazumi. I'm going to be playing Elisa, and I think she's going to play quite similarly to the way she does now, even though her aggressive stance, which is destructive, this thing is emphasized in the new game and buffed quite heavily. So I will be playing in a sort of poking style using this character, and I will do the same thing with Zafina. So maybe those two, the characters that I will play, might actually be like good options for you. Those are the two I could recommend. Having said that, we've only seen the move lists for those two characters, and we haven't seen... I haven't played them. You know, I've played the Tekken 8 for a couple of days, but we haven't been able to play those two characters. We've only seen the move list, and then we like infer what we think they're going to play like, right? That's guaranteed. It's big damage. You're welcome, Bangladesh Mandalore. I hope it makes sense. Lee is probably a good poking character. That might be true. Lee, they've done this thing, right? It's cool in a way. It's like interesting, where they've made him a just frame character, but they've added just frames to like a bunch of his stuff. Whether or not that like comes out successful and gets the like, you know, execution heavy players excited is going to come down to how difficult those just frames are to connect with, and how big the reward is, obviously. But I would hope that Lee's just frames are very, very difficult in the new game, but not difficult enough that, you know, a good player can't learn to use them successfully. Like, you know, taunt jet upper, for example, is like not something that you really want to rely on, because it's just like a little bit too difficult to pull off. Nice parry, dude. It's very clean. Because then I think people will get excited about that character. You know, Main Man. I heard he's not like a huge fan of what they've been doing with Kazuya in the new game. So, and I know he like likes Lee. So maybe if he wants to like, you know, be an execution boy in the new game, maybe he'll go to Lee. That'd be cool. I saw Fergus made a video yesterday basically saying that he's not a fan of Oscar in the new game. I think Oscar looks kind of sick, but he's like, she doesn't feel like her because she doesn't have these like very traditional things, and he basically talks about some significant nerfs to her. I think she looks very strong. She's got damage, you know, but yeah, a lot of people feel like that about their character in the new game. The people who aren't feeling that way are the Jin players, the Devil Jin players, they don't feel like, you know, their characters have gotten weaker or stranger, because they're, you know, they're insanely powerful and just like even better at what they already were good at. But I sort of sympathize with them because they've done a similar thing with Zafina. She's weaker, it seems like. She still has the backdash, but I'll be honest with you, having played a lot of Zafina and Elisa lately, Elisa, so the three queens of movement in this game, right, are Elisa, Lily, and Zafina. Zafina, as far as I haven't tested this myself, but this is like the information that I have and that I trust. Elisa has the best sidewalk. Lily has the best sidestep. Zafina has the best backdash. And as somebody who like plays a lot of Elisa and Zafina right now, I feel better and more powerful, or I'd like to rely more on Elisa's sideways movement than I do on Zafina's backdash, backwards movement. I feel I enjoy successful sideways movement more right now than I do backdashing. Oh, big whiff. Nice raid shard. Delete Nina. Yeah, I mean, I've never enjoyed Nina as a concept. I think she looks better now than ever. But these rushdown characters, you know? These rushdown characters, it's... My controller just disconnected itself. Maybe this new cable isn't great. It cost me $25 for a charging cable. I don't know why they charge that much. I mean, I get the execution thing. I get why you want to feel like what you do is like impressive and difficult. Definitely. If you're going to be a successful Tekken player, you'll have to learn how to do difficult things with your hands, no matter who you play, unless it's Kunimitsu. I think I blocked it.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. Oh no. Good block. Solid down for two. Good choice. Good choice. Which games are harder than Tekken? I don't know, but I heard like Fighting GM said that 2D fighters are harder than Tekken, whereas that is not the commonly held belief. And the fact that he said that opened my mind up to the possibility that that's true, and I am now considering it. I would have to play more 2D fighting games to decide how I feel about it, but he was like, almost all Tekken execution is like simplistic, right? That's a interesting and new thing to say. That's a new opinion to have. That's good, because a problem that Tekken has with its culture, I think, is that it's pretty dogmatic. Basically, you're told which characters are hard, which characters are easy, stuff like that, right? And there's a lot of echoing similar opinions in this community, right? Ah, should have been a down jab, would have won. So the fact that, like, I mean, something I've tried to do is like question, okay, so Mishimas are super hard and they're like the the hard execution characters. But then I'm like, but wait, your jab string is way better than any other jab string. It's hit confirmable, does a bunch of damage. It's essentially one of the best poking tools ever in the game. And you can like rely on it to get so much. I mean, it's so much better than anything most characters can do, right? And then you have these mix-up lows that are completely crazy. And you have like 4 moves that just stand out. And they're not hard to do. And you do mainly them. So is that hard? And like, it was scary asking that question or expressing that opinion for the first time. Because it's like, wow, are people going to be like upset with me? Are they going to have really good, strong arguments that I didn't consider for why I might be wrong? It turns out when I say something like Mishimas are easy in some ways, a lot of people go like, thank you. And then they subscribe to my channel and they watch me, you know? And now they're in a completely new echo chamber and they're listening to Frame's bad opinions. But yeah, it's a thing in Tekken where, like, you know, the opinions are kind of same-ish across the board. Sidestep. Try and get the corner here. Ah! The comebacks.
Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Nice, Sue. Big damage, big Leo damage, huh? Okay.
Round 4.
Should have blocked.
Fight.
Weird angle. Hey, good game, Slippy. Sorry, Slippy, I'm calling you Slippy. Sorry, Shaky. Sorry for getting your name wrong. Meant nothing by it. Brian being difficult because of taunt upper. Yeah, that's another good example, right? So people tell me that Brian is a high execution, difficult character to use, and they talk about taunt upper, and then I think about the last 500 games I played against the Brian, and I saw 0 taunt uppers. Yet, those Brians were obviously very successful because I encountered them in very high ranks. So, good games, dude, good games. So you know what I mean? So, if you have a hard thing that you can do with your character that you never do, but you can still play your character successfully, is your character difficult? The answer is obviously no, right? Punishing with Brian is awkward, but that's about it. Yeah, but I don't think you have to punish with him. Block punishment it's good to have good block punishment, but it's like definitely not essential in 7. I think it's going to be even less important in 8, because and I've said this before, all the best moves in the game, all the best characters in the game basically don't use unsafe moves anymore. If you think about, unless it's lows, you know. But if you think about it a little bit, right? How many move. What was like a really good character in this game? Think about Kunimitsu, for example. In an average match against a decent Kunimitsu, how many punishable, unsafe moves is that Kunimitsu player going to perform during a match? I mean, the number might be 0. And if you're sitting there on Lars feeling good about your character because he specializes in block punishment, but he doesn't have a good 10 frame, which is the most important, because if the Kunimitsu player is going to do a punishable move, it's going to be minus 10. It's not going to be minus 12. It's not going to be minus 13. It's not going to be launch punishable, right? No way. Because that's not a good move. It's too risky. You're just at a constant disadvantage. So, yeah, having good block punishment can be very good, but its role is diminished, I think. When I started learning about Tekken, punishment was like considered very, very like big and major, and like you had to have good punishment, right? Now I feel more like a character like Brian can completely get away with not punishing, because what he can do instead of punishing, right? Instead of getting guaranteed damage with Brian, you could just, for example, do a back one. And you haven't dealt damage, but you've just gained a bunch of advantage. You're in an extremely advantageous position where your character excels, and he also excels at like retaining that advantage and snowballing it into like walking somebody into the corner and getting an entire round, especially because his wall splatting game and damage at the wall are so overtuned, right? So I think it's just something to consider, you know, is my character has these things, okay, and they're very good or bad on paper, but how often do they happen? And I have an idea for because I want to get back into doing more like analytical stuff on YouTube, like, you know, theoretical videos and stuff. And there's this big video I want to make. I haven't decided if I want to make it now or in 8th, right? But it's like leading up to 8, because I want to teach new players how you can understand why something is good or bad, or if something is good or bad. Like, how do you decide for yourself if you think something is good or bad in this game? What should you be looking at? Is this character good? Is this move good? If you can understand that and analyze that on your own, it's going to make you a better player, and then you don't have to, like, you know, go to your favorite Tekken YouTuber for the appropriate opinion. You can shape it in your own mind, right? So basically my theory is this: if you're going to like have a formula that you should use for considering how powerful something is in Tekken, it basically breaks down like this. What is the potential? What is the risk of using the move? What is the potential reward of using the move? And then you have to multiply that by a coefficient, which is something like, and I haven't like figured out the how to formulate it properly, but it's something like likelihood of success when applied. And then you can break likelihood of success when applied into like 3 or 4 different like subcategories that are, you know, it's range, it's impact speed, it's other properties such as crush properties. You can actually merge like range and tracking into one and call it hitbox shape. So it's like hitbox shape, impact speed, plus other useful properties such as low crush, right? So now you have this paradigm that you can use. And what I did was I went into practice mode, and I started looking at some of the best moves, some of the worst moves in the game, and I applied this little model of mine to them, and it turns out that it actually produces reliably the right answer. So I feel like I have something like a pretty, and this is like how I subconsciously have been thinking about it for a long time as well. But like let's take an example, right? So what's one of the absolute best moves in this game? Well, what about like pause down forward 2, right? Pause down forward 2. Potential risk, or the risk of the move, is extremely low because it's safe on block, so it can never be punished. It has very decent range. You know, it's got ghost range and stuff. It's difficult to maneuver around it, and it almost never ends up getting Paul hurt using this move. So the risk is minimal. It's barely there. Potential reward, a Paul combo. Paul has very high damage. He's got good combos. He can mix you for Oki for even more damage, right? So the potential reward is massive. The risk is extremely low. And then you have to consider this likelihood of success coefficient, right? So with Paul, the likelihood of success is quite big because the impact speed is 15 frames, which is fast in this game. especially for a mid, especially for a launcher. It has high crush properties, which increases the likelihood of success when thrown, you know, in the average situation even more. It's got this ghost range, you know, so the likelihood of success is very high. The potential reward is very high. The risk is almost insignificant, and so you end up with an extremely powerful move that you can basically do until it works. And you can use the same argument when you look at Jin's Ford 4 or whatever. But you also have to, when you think about it that way, be sensitive to the situation that you're in, right? So for example, if I'm standing like here and Noctis whiffs something right in front of me, something big, and I do this move, this is a whiff punisher, it's got good range, I've seen the whiff, I basically know that this is going to work. So in a normal situation when my opponent might be blocking, the risk of using this move is kind of high because it's punishable, but if I know that my opponent has whiffed and I'm applying it as a whiff punisher, in that specific situation, the risk is low, right? And so it becomes situationally a good move. And then you can look at, like, a very good example, if you want to consider bad moves, is you can think about Miguel's one-hit kill move. So you have the potential reward of applying the move is the ultimate reward. You get an entire round guaranteed if it connects. What are the risks? They're massive. You're gonna get launched the moment you do it. You're gonna get snake edged. They're gonna walk, you know, back to your back into a massive combo, and then you think of the likelihood of success, and the likelihood of success is basically zero, because the move animates for like 5 seconds, right? So even though the potential reward is massive, you're multiplying it by a coefficient of basically zero, and you end up with a move that isn't useful. And I think if you just have that sort of basic perspective on it when you look at, for example, the move list of a new Tekken 8 character, you can then start to understand how good this is going to be, or, you know, how good a certain move is. And I think it's going to like help you in your journey. And we're going to have so many like new players, right, playing this game that, I mean, it's going to be fun getting back to the basics a little bit. People put block punishment at the beginning of the video. Exactly, Bangladesh Mandalore. That's such a good point. The old like Tekken Tag 2 guides and stuff used to have block punishment at the top. And when I started doing character guides, I had the block punishment at the top very often. But my latest guides, my like ultimate guides that I wanted to be really good, that I wanted to do my way, I realized that was wrong. So I thought about it this way. Okay, Bob, if I was going to teach somebody Bob, what do they need to understand first? And with Bob, I was like, his whiff punishment. So I started with his whiff punishment. And then because that is like the most central and powerful part of him, that then cascades into an explanation of everything else, right? If I was going to start, when I did my ultimate guide on Miguel, I think the first thing I explained was low pokes, why they're good, how they're different. I think if I was going to do an ultimate Elisa guide today, I would talk about harassment poking attacks, and then how to use them to set up whiff punishment, you know? It's a good point. The I in I-10, yeah. I usually wrote frame. I usually wrote 10 apostrophe as the notation for 10 frame, but I don't know if that's a common notation that people still use, but that's just the one that I picked up. So I don't. My notation for 10 frames would be 10 apostrophe, not I-10, but you know, whatever. There are basically dialects and accents in the language of Tekken. You know, for example, Main Man and a lot of other people, I hear them refer to Leroy's knockdown low as a hell sweep, but it's like not a hell sweep to me. To me, that is a falling leaf because it's not coming out of a crouch dash. It's a falling leaf. It's like Leos and Lays lows, right? So that's a different subcategory that work differently because you can't do them out of the crouch dash. It's interesting as well that Main Man, who's a Mishima player, should refer to it as a hell sweep when he's applying actual hell sweeps on his main characters all the time, right? And then you have people like I saw a Maximilian video like yesterday where he was talking about it was like his reaction to the Kuma trailer, and he referred to Kuma's Snake Edge, which I don't think launches anymore, as a hell sweep. And there's no hell about it. It's just a sweep. It's just a low attack that happens to have a sweeping animation, right? So you end up having these like differences in how people describe things with words. Bamco failed to implement again. Why do you think so? Why do you think her dodges or reverses are bad? Or do you think they're too good or too bad? What's the problem? I'm interested in understanding this character, because even though I don't think I'll play Azucena, I need to. You're gonna need to learn how to deal with those things, because otherwise it's gonna be one of those characters where she shows up and now it's just a nightmare, you know? She doesn't dodge half of highs and lows. You know, I saw a video that somebody did called like Will She Dodge? And they used a bunch of different moves on her. Like Nina's guns, she dodges, which is weird, right? And to me, it looked as though the difference between the moves that she does parry and the moves that she doesn't parry, like the difference was arbitrary, and that's very weird. Like for example, with Oscar's reversal in this game, she can like not reverse knee attacks. She cannot reverse like a head attack. My controller is dead again. Damn, getting annoying. So you can know when Oscar is doing a reversal that, oh, I could attack with a knee here, like, you know, this attack, and it's going to work, right? That's great. It's not arbitrary, and that's very important. If it's completely arbitrary and you just need to learn, it's Steam doing things again. Exactly. Yeah, it's that is very, very poor. I agree, that's very poor implementation, because the implication of that is you will now have to learn which specific moves you can use against that stance. And honestly, for those of us that are kind of like experienced with Tekken, it's not going to be that painful, because I'm going to go into practice mode. I'm going to set up Azucena with her little stance, and then I'm going to like learn a couple of good moves for my character, like Elisa, for example, that I know that I can use on the reversal. And now I have this very powerful tool in that matchup. Basically, I think learning that then will be the most important thing you can ever learn in the Azucena matchup. If you go into the matchup not knowing what moves you can use on the parry, I mean, you're at such a massive disadvantage. If you do, it's a completely different world. But I think it's going to punish and be the most painful for new Tekken players who pick up Azucena, because the way they're gonna feel is like, sometimes this thing I'm doing here works and sometimes it doesn't, and I don't understand why it doesn't work. And then you try and like find a pattern, like, is, you know, and there isn't one. And if your entire thing with your new game or your franchise for the last 20 years of its history has been make it easy to understand for new people, yeah, that's a very, very bad design decision. That's a terrible way to implement that. Completely agree with you, RCQ. Completely agree. Why are you talking about potatoes in chat, young tuberculosis? Your game crashed? But you know, Hatif, my game crashed as well. I think it was because we're both on Steam. I think Steam crashed for both of us because Steam had some sort of issue. So it's nobody's fault, dude. Gigas is Goliath too? Yeah. Mishimas are easy in Tekken 8. They do seem to be the Bobby characters in the new game. They do seem to be the characters where, like, if you're new, this is what we're gonna like try and like. Street Fighter does this much better, I think, because they have Ryu, right? And Ryu is like, he's like the Shoto playstyle, as far as I understand. It will like teach you the basic important things about how that game system is played. You have the projectiles, the jump ins. You have an invulnerable DP that you can use to break out of offense, but it's risky, and you learn all these things. Speaking of Shotos, by the way, right? So that's a perfect like poster child for the franchise that many of the new players are going to go to first. And I remember it was a video from somebody who was like an introduction to Street Fighter for new players, and they said the first thing you're going to do before anything else is you're going to learn how to play a Ryu, and then you can learn whatever other character you want to play. That's kind of perfect. Whereas the Mishimas being these like execution characters that have all these very like, they have an archetype and these very specific things they do, that's not as conducive to learning for new players. So I guess that's what they're trying to change with the new one, because they have simplified the Mishima significantly. They've also like Jin's new low, for example. Well, it's just like, hey, use this move until you win, Very, very limited complexity. And that becomes problematic for Tekken, because we now have like a long subculture in the world of Tekken of Mishima players wanting to do the difficult stuff and having learned the difficult stuff. They want their characters to be the execution characters, right? So now you're making them disgruntled. And I think the better way of doing it would probably have been to grab some of these new characters that you're implementing and trying to make them very user-friendly. Then again, that's what they did with T7. That's exactly what they did with T7. If you think about it, Claudio, exceedingly simple. Shaheen, exceedingly simple. They did that with this game. And what ended up happening, unfortunately, in Tekken 7 is nobody wanted to play those characters because they felt boring. There are not many Shaheen players in the world. There are not many Kazumi players in the world. There are not many Josie players in the world. There are not many Katarina players. Exceedingly simple character, again. No execution, high damage, Oh, that's a very dangerous spaghetti right there by me. You don't want to spaghetti on an Akuma. If you are dealing damage to Akuma, you are... it's basically not supposed to be possible. And so the fact that you are currently like in an advantageous position on Akuma, you have to try and retain it. You can't spaghetti, because you might not get the opportunity to hurt him for the rest of the match. If you give him an inch, he'll take a match. They buffed the mostly, but that is also very, very obviously Namco's entire model, and we know this for a fact. I think it's undeniable. Popular characters get stronger, strong characters get popular, and you get this very typical like Namco development loop of power creeping certain members of the cast, right? But I think the most unfortunate part of that style of balancing is this. You have this big roster. We've got 31 characters on release for 8, right? It's a pretty big starting roster. In Tekken 7, we have like 50 plus right now. If you develop that way, all this work and all of these other characters and these fun things that you put into the game, they never really come to bear because they see such limited usage, right? If you think about it, there are characters in 7 that you never see. I never see Eliza. She's unique and has all these things. You might not like her for a bunch of reasons, whatever. But I think she's very weak. She's not popular. Nobody plays her. Nobody plays Gigas, right? But you had all these ideas and you put all this energy and presumably love into making these characters, and then you go buff Brian, Steve, Huarong, and Mishimas again, you know? It's like, I'm guessing the like art department and the people who like come up with the concept for these characters is a separate department from the people who do the balancing. One thing I'm fairly certain of when it comes to Namco is that the marketing department are heavily involved in balancing. So marketing, basically the marketing department, Harada is a marketer. He's in charge of esports now, which is problematic because, you know, esports is also marketing, but having that involved in character balancing creates all kinds of conflicts of interest as far as I'm concerned. Ends up producing the sort of balanced environment that we do see in this game. But if I was like somebody who like worked on Gigas, this new character that I was excited to bring to the franchise, right, for the new game, and then they make him trash and they don't help him for 8 years and nobody tries him and he's dead in the next game, I'd be like, what was the point of that? You know what I mean? I mean, ideally the best character in... We've had 4 seasons of Tekken 7. Ideally the best characters should have been different every season. But they kind of weren't. It was kind of the same characters plus the latest character. Because they want you to buy the latest character, right? It's very unfortunate. I mean, you could easily conceive of a world where Gigas in Season 2 was updated and reimagined in a way where he was very, very powerful, right? And all these people like decided to explore it. But that didn't happen. Thinking about making a video about how Tekken gets Bajikwan wrong. Would you react to it if I make it? Yes, I would. Definitely. Kai Creates. If you make that video and you send me a link when I'm on stream, I'll react to it on stream. I mean, unless it's like an hour long. If it's got reasonable length and you don't like, you know, show anything that you're not allowed to show in the video, yeah, totally. I'm interested in Kung Fu. I like Leo. Do you know Kung Fu? Kai Creates? Do you like? Are you interested in Bajikwan, or do you like actually practice it? I'm spaghettiing that Ender a little bit. It's dangerous. You can't. It was the same thing with that Akuma earlier. That's where I spagootered. Oh god. Okay, here come the lows. Good block. Shouldn't have done the lows. Very obvious. It was at that range where Elisa's tend to do down 3. You don't want to place it in that space. You want to be unpredictable with it. Now I have to like get pretty aggressive on this guy. Should also be ducking those. Okay, what happens now? No wall. Okay, that's good. Ah, he wins. Why did I play a Kunimitsu twice? Oh well, I can beat this guy. What is the delay between game and stream? I don't know. But you know what? I haven't activated low latency mode. That's a very good point. Let's do that. And right now it's normal. I can't change it mid-stream, but now it's on normal delay, which I think is around 20 to 30 seconds. Whereas before I had this new computer, I was doing low latency, which is like what you use for shorter delays. We need to beat this Wi-Fi Kuni dude. Backdash down 4-2. No. Wrong choice. the fact that wall splats. Oh. Like, even when I'm streaming in like non-salty mode right now, and I'm just trying to be like, you know, enjoying it, even then, like, Kunimitsu blows my mind. I mean, blows my mind, dude. 20? No way. I don't know. I don't know. Can we test it? I'm like too dumb to devise a test for this while we're while I'm playing a Kuni. Is there a way of finding out what the delay is? Good combo, dude. Rematch and Kuni Noctis. Yeah, Noctis is also very draining. He's a good character, but he's not as good a character as Kunimitsu is. So even though, like, I also consider him exhausting to have to rematch, Kuni is on a different level. On a completely different level. Because you, like, I find myself attempting to punish things that Kuni does, even though I know they're safe, simply because, like, it's so insane that this move is safe that I'm, like, in disbelief. You know? So it's like, oh, I know, as I'm doing my punish, I know it's not going to connect, because I know that Kuni is safe, but it's just, and it's been years, but it's just so incredible to me that they've made those choices with the design that I'm, again, like, I can't believe it. Hey, good duck, dude. Good choice. I'm not going to play this guy anymore. I'm not going to play this guy anymore. Just because of the character choice. But good games, dude, and good duck at the end. Yeah, it was Wi-Fi as well. I can blame that. Yeah, that's what where I draw the line. Kuni is not really a real character. Never plugged before. I was like considering talking about, like, in a video, how we, like, as a global community should normalize plugging on Kunis, because, and I know it's, I mean, you obviously shouldn't encourage people to cheat, and I don't do it, but it's like, what power do we have to send a signal here? What influence do, oh look, it's RCQ, here he is. Let's have a deathmatch, dude, if you're interested. You don't have to play me more than once if you don't want to. Do you know what I mean? And if we could, like, get a movement, you know how all Negans don't skip their intro, or at least didn't used to? What if it became a thing where, like, when you see a Kuni, you plug and restart your game, and then the Kuni players would have to, like, hey, I'm not getting matches. What the hell? And then they would be like, Namco, I paid money for this character and I'm not able to play any games because of how you balanced it. And it would be like one of the few things we could do to pressure Namco into actually, like, reconsidering her balancing, right? And I didn't do that because obviously it would be a very problematic thing to do. Especially as someone who's several times talked about cheating being such a massive issue in this game, and then I'm upset about the fact that nothing's been done about it and all the rest of it, right? But I dislike her design to the extent that I considered making a video like that. And then obviously, I mean, it's not like people would have listened to me. It's not like I think that if I say, hey guys, we're plugging on Kuni now, then everybody does it, you know? They probably call me a scrup man and then they go watch the real main man, you know? But yeah. Can't believe you got me! Oh my god, I just needed to convert that combo better. Ah. Good block. That was a much better conversion than what I came up with last time. They always do the snake edge. I'm like, for once I'm gonna hard read it. For once I'm gonna commit to this low block. But I did it for so long that he could basically go, okay, let's do a mid here. You know what I mean? Alright, God Hands. Gonna go play Tekken? Hey, that's sick. Have fun, dude. Honestly, biggest advice I can give on Tekken right now, this choice I've made of like worrying less and analyzing more, or getting frustrated less and analyzing more. I mean, this is a lot more fun than being, you know, salty. So enjoy it. Play it for fun. New tactics. I guess the new tactics are old tactics now. That's the conversion I wanted to do last time. Grab his woo. That's a fun comment, dude. You want to play more? You don't have to. GG's. Don't tell Namco. I'm gonna enjoy Tekken. Don't tell Namco. Yeah, exactly. They'll snipe you with nerfs to your favorite character.
Round one. Fight.
Nice hop kick. That splats. Good block! Oh! Oh! He didn't punish, but then he got me anyway. That counter hit is good. It's a high, though. I don't think I've ever ducked that move, but it's possible. Ah, I should have known he would go for the armor. Okay. Very close. Cutting it very close right there. The high crush. Made it all the way back. He's in the lead now. Oh, you can't do that! I was talking about me. You have to parry that low, otherwise he gets that string. I think he could have comboed even. Final round. Let's not spagooters.
Final round. Fight.
Good block, good block. Bad punish by me. Oh! Well done. Well done.
You lose. You're not good enough.
Not enough hop kicks, not enough random hop kicks. I need the hope kick to beat Artsq right now. Baji Kwan doesn't require a grappling hook. That's an underrated comment. Luca. Sorry, I didn't see it earlier. I don't think anything requires a grappling hook because they don't exist. Oh, you went under the mid? That's insanity.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Should have ducked. Should have ducked. Oh no!
Round 3. Fight.
The concept of the grappling hook, like when you think about it, it's like the most dumb anime thing ever. Like, how powerful would that thing have to be that it just attaches to something and it pulls the body weight of like Batman. Bruce Wayne is like, it probably, I mean, he's a heavy guy. He's very muscular, right? It just pulls him up really quickly. And I mean, it would have to be like as mechanically powerful as like a much larger machine, like a lift in a thing that's that big. And the thing is, if something was that powerful and you just held it in your hand and then use the grappling hook, it would just detach your arm, right? Wouldn't it? Wouldn't that just like completely destroy your arm? He's gonna duck. I did it. It was a bad raid shark. Oh, of course, the armor move. I thought he had a low there. I guess I was wrong. And we're back. It's nanotechnology. I think it's Namco technology, dude. Like, as they were inventing new ways of cryogenically freezing 16-year-old women so that they will have characters for Tekken 9, they invented a grappling hook for Leo. Scratchy time. Oh damn, you're still there? Hey, take some damage, dude. Don't launch me! Alright. I thought you were AFK. Alright, still got it though. Ah, shouldn't have swung, sorry. It's real technology, you just don't move that quickly. I also don't, if it is real technology, I also don't think, I know what a winch is, you know? Like the thing you have attached to the front of your truck or whatever. Of course you can have a winch and it can be very powerful, but that winch is connected to like a really powerful, larger machine. You can't have it in your pocket, you know? Do you know what I mean? Maybe you can. Maybe I'm just a scrap man. What was what? What happened, RTQ? Did we desync? No. Oh, did you desync? I'm so sorry, dude. On this end, I didn't have any desync or anything at all. You stopped moving one time, and I dealt a bit of damage, so I was walking forwards to let you deal some damage back, and you did a snake edge. But that was the only thing that happened. I'm so sorry, dude. I didn't know. It's probably Steam or the game being, you know, poorly made again. GG's though. An influenced Fang. Hey, is this him? What's up, Medusa? Medusa's a cool guy. Is that an energy drink in his profile pic? Is that his energy drink? He's a successful streamer, right? Is he launching like a NFT energy drink now? Damn, he's heading for the Cayman Islands, huh? That was weird. That was weird. I've never seen him play a single character that wasn't Kazuya. Cool guy though, check him out on Twitch. I was hop kicking right then, but it seemed too obvious and the punish would have killed me. Yeah, I'm happy with my choice. Very nice duck, Medusa. Very nicely done. Good dog. Right. I have to remember, I'm playing somebody who's at the rank I'm usually at. I can't keep playing like the same way. I have to assume he knows things, you know. Not gonna swing on that, huh? Should have hop kicked after the down back 3 block. Good dog. Oh, I hope he plays me again. I'm annoyed. I should have won that. Conspiracy theory streams? Okay. Does he actually believe in them or is he just having fun with it? Well, if one of you is in his stream, tell him good games, and also that, I mean, not that it matters, but that I changed my computer and I lost all my ranks, so that he doesn't think that Frame Whisperer got demoted down to like 2,800 prowess. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what people think. Medusa doesn't believe he knows? No, I haven't watched him stream. I haven't watched any Twitch stream in a couple of years now. I mean, the reason I like know Medusa is when I just came back to Europe, I think it was. Or was I still in Japan? We met online. I beat him with Bob, and he said that he wanted to learn the Bob matchup. So he invited me to do like a breakdown of like anti-Bob on his stream. So we did that, and then we played like a first to 10, and he won. Confident, I think he won like 10-4, 10-5 or something. So you know, that was cool. That was an interaction we had. But I don't watch streams. Like I haven't watched the only streamer I ever like watched was Eris, and that was a long time ago. Snake egg, huh? Oh, the AOP. The French AOP. The French AOP is like a good nickname for Lily's sidestep. Well, it's not AOP and she's not French, so maybe not. Ah, good for you. Nice, nice.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh. Oh. That counter hit launcher, dude. Oh, final round. I wanted to close it out confidently right there, but it wasn't in my stars. Come on. Her slash kick is a normal hit launcher and a homing move, huh? Seems a little bit unreasonable. Or am I crazy? Did you see that slash kick homing move, dude? Nerf Shao. Nerf Shao. You wonder if anybody will play after Tekken 8? No, it will be like I think it will be a small like skeleton crew of players who will play Tekken 7, and I think it will be because they don't have the hardware to play 8, and it's sad. I mean, I had a decent gaming laptop, and it could not run Tekken 8. I had to buy a new computer for a lot of money. That's just not a possibility for a lot of people. I mean, it's going to lead to the community being larger on PlayStation than it is right now. I mean, the crossplay is going to make sure that happens. That's good. That there's crossplay, so that the community isn't fractured. As long as the connection quality is still good between the two systems, right? Sort of a prerequisite for that not being a bad idea. But, you know, buying a PlayStation 5 is a lot more feasible for most people than buying a computer powerful enough to run 8. That was safe. I knew that was safe. Oh, God. Okay. Dude. Hey. Do any real moves ever? Nice snake egg, dude. Why did my punish work? Nice. Uksam. Ah, he gets a combo off of that too. That slash kick is borkers, dude. Oh, why did I swing? Such a bad choice. He's just finishing strings now because he saw me swing. Yeah, people running Tekken 8 on a potato is going to be a problem because I think so many people want to play the game and they simply don't have the hardware. So they're going to turn down the graphics and then like hope it's going to work. But if that causes performance issues in the match, I don't know how that works because it's not a connection issue. It's the fact that their hardware isn't powerful enough to run the software, right? So That's a very scruppy snakeage right there, dude. That's the 4th one you've done. Then you're gonna end up having like a bunch of very, very, very difficult to enjoy matches against these people who, like, unfortunately just can't afford a system that can run the game. So it's gonna be a problem. Or it could potentially be a problem. Should work on it. No, I mean, my gaming laptop was like I said, reasonably good. You saw me play 7 on it with perfect performance all those years, right? And it could not run 8 on like even low settings. I don't know about optimization or whatever, you know. I'm not knowledgeable when it comes to these things, but I don't think, based on my experience playing the game, anybody should assume that they'll be able to run it with like lower settings. Like, not at all. Yeah, he's just finishing strings because I'm a very... Like, Xiaoyu does a lot of 2 hits and then spinning around, throwing, going into stance or whatever. So I'm just so used to that when he just finishes the string, it messes with me. Oh, the luck. The luck! Alright. That's good, that's good.
Round 3. Fight.
I'm gonna try and retain this lead if I can.
Fight.
Fancy way of saying I hope I don't lose this round. Oh, I wanted that to float him out of the air. Should have worked, but you know. She has good air time. Oh no, it's Bagootered! And that's Bagooter too? And... Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what's happening. How is it possible, dude? Oh god, you have to have such good composure to be able to bring this home right now. I don't know if I have it in me, guys. I'll try. I mean, I'll try. Not to win, but to have the composure to try to win. Thank God. I was basically God messing with me last round, so maybe not thank him. I was running at a brisk 18 frames per second. Yeah. Steam Deck? Yeah, nah. I don't buy it. That game on like a handheld, get out of here, dude. If my like reasonably high-end $1,700 or $1,700 gaming laptop can't run it properly. I don't believe that the Steam Deck can. I believe somebody who works at Steam maybe made it look as though you can, but it just doesn't seem reasonable having tried the game, having played it. I think what you need to do right now, if you're unsure of whether or not your hardware can run 8 and you want to play it, is you can just get the demo for free, right? Go get the demo right now and then just play the story chapter with all the explosions happening in the background and all the graphical stuff. And you can know for sure, right? See that? Block a low and he gets the hit. There's a lot of that going on. Hard read and block a low and he gets the damage. There's a lot of that going on right now. Good block. Good movement.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh! Buff Lisa. Oh! He's got the Rage Stripe too. I gotta parry it. He's gonna mix it with Mistrust though. He's gonna go in a back turn and he's gonna do a mid, I think. Just rely on the throw because I can't break them. That's another good idea. Hey, what's up, Matt Stampede? Xiaoyu's a cool character, but I can't stand playing or versing them. I actually there are very, very annoying things about playing against Xiaoyu, but I tend to do pretty good in the matchup, so I don't hate it honestly, which is weird. But yeah, and I agree she's pretty cool. Main man Sui just started playing Tekken 8 demo. So if you leave my chat and start watching him right now, I'll know. And I'll be sad. Just kidding. Watch whatever you want. Man, it must be nice to have 2 characters you play in the demo. It must. I mean, I played the demo once just to try out my PC, and that's probably the only time I'll ever play the demo, because those 4 characters, I don't even want to try them. So it's just a non-event to me. It's sad. Important block. Important block.
Round 3.
Doing better now. Gucci sweater now. Oh! The Cali roll out of nowhere! I was gonna break the balcony and close out the round, dude. Still got you though. The demo was really good content-wise. Yeah, I mean, if you're somebody who doesn't play Tekken or who will buy it for the story, which is a little. I mean. You enjoy the game whichever way you want, but it's a little bit depressing. People want to buy a full price game for a lot of money, and then it's going to be a 5-hour story that isn't even written out on paper. But hey, what's up, McClintock? The grind's going pretty well. I've played some hard hitters though. People are way better at these ranks than you would expect. It's like hard. Nice counter hit. Uksam. Ah. Almost had him. Snake egg. Love it when they listen. It's my favorite thing when they listen to me.
Round 3. Fight.
Wait, did he go under down back 3? Is that what just happened? Or am I confused? Did he just go under a ground hitting low, or did I misunderstand the situation? Was I doing a different move? Uksam. That was an Uksam round, dude. Did you see that? Uksam. I remember first following your channel with the launch of T7. Hey, thank you so much, McClintock. Yeah, that was the first video I ever made. And now we're gonna see it all repeated. Sorry, there's like a little bit of spit on my monitor because I was talking a little bit too much. I just want to get that off. If you guys can see my gut hanging out right now, then I'm sorry about that. I get that a lot. Like you sort of watched me when you picked up Leo. I haven't done significant Leo content. I was never good with the character, even though I've always been like interested. But I think that's a pretty good idea if you want to increase your viewership as a fighting game content creator, is to make content on lots of different characters, because like, if you're one of those like Mishima purist boys, the main man is like, you're a spirit animal and there's no reason for you to ever watch me. Because like, I'm not gonna play them. You know what I mean? So, and like, I'm not even playing the Tekken 8 demo because it doesn't have any characters I'm interested in, you know what I mean? So it is probably a good idea to like, make content on a diverse collection of characters. I feel like I'm losing this round like very unnecessarily. It's just these tiny little details that aren't in place. That was beautiful. I think he hard read the down 3 because I've done it in that situation too many times. That was amazingly well done. Oh, so close. Ah, her slash kick is legit one of the best moves in the game, right? That slash kick has got to be like up there, top 10 or whatever, right? homing, high crushing, extended hitbox, normal hit launcher plus on block stance transition. That is crazy. That I was surprised when I saw the support. I'm still surprised. I mean, I've had the channel for like, I don't know, years and years now, so obviously it gets normalized, but it's still a shock to me. I expected, because I mean, we talked earlier about how like critical I've been about even the concept of content creation and stuff like that. How, what a dark and complicated and poorly understood world I think it is. And what I was really like trying to prepare for mentally was a bunch of verbal harassment. I thought people would call me ugly. I thought people would call me stupid. I thought people would like say that all the things I wanted to say about Tekken were wrong. But then so I'm like, well, what if I do it like, yeah, of course. What if I do it like, it's just my little like thing here, and like if you want to learn a little bit about Miguel, maybe you'll watch it, and you know, and that'll be it, and maybe a couple of people watch it. It was more like to get the idea of making an instructional video on Tekken out of my system, because I've been thinking about it for so long. But then that's not what happened. People were like overwhelmingly supportive, and have been since then, which is, I don't know if it's something about the Tekken community generally being people who are a little bit older. You know, Tekken players are 25 to 35. If I was making content on Fortnite, then a majority of my viewers would be, you know, 12 to 14 probably. And that's the age when people, you know, bully each other into, I mean, in brutal ways in school. Because they're like, they're capable of verbal abuse in a very serious way, but they don't have the maturity to understand severity of the consequences of their actions, right? So those are like the most brutal human beings on the face of the earth, are like 13-year-olds. Right? So it could be because I'm making content specifically about Tekken, but it could also be because of those rules I laid down and the way in which I decided to do it. And that is why right now, like if you've been watching my stream today, the fact that I've like decided to not lean into the salty, you know, getting angry and hype persona anymore, is like I'm trying to return more to what the channel was when it started, only with more knowledge and better technology. Back then I was on PlayStation 4 with a bad audio quality headset, and I would record using the built-in PlayStation 4. I mean, not that my channel has like all the bells and whistles technologically now. I mean, my webcam obviously is still very, very bad, and I should update that. But you know, I have a new computer, I have a new microphone. I know a lot more about the game, things like that. And then I would record it on the PlayStation 4, and there was a limit of 1 hour, so I could never record for more than 1 hour. Then I would transfer the clips to a USB stick, put them in my laptop, which was too weak to run Tekken 7, because it was just like, you know, a laptop that I used for watching YouTube basically. And I would edit using like open source software that I didn't know how to use on that. So the fact that, yeah, I got like 800 views right away on the first Miguel video I ever did, my first ever video. I was like, wow, that's crazy. And that, you know, becomes, I mean, I remember those early days. It was crazy because I would like go to work and then come home, and I would have gained like 300 subscribers, and then I'm like, oh, that's nice. And then the next day I would get like 400 new subscribers, and it would just keep going. And I would sometimes do a video on like a new topic or something, and it would just take off, and I had like 100,000 views on a YouTube video. Yeah, it was a crazy feeling. It's very exciting. Like Xiao Yu, a thing about her is that she can never like not get the combo, right? Like my characters in general, if I get like a partial hit or I float the opponent or something, like I sometimes can't even get guaranteed damage. And Xiao Yu, she'll just pick you up and get like everything still. Ah, okay. Wow, 2-0? Really? Am I losing this? I thought I was doing well. Should pay more attention. He's very good at sidewalking my approaches. But he snake edges. He does the snake edge way too much for me to be able to enjoy the match, even when I block the snake edge, because it's just one of my hang-ups where I think it's like an inherently scrub thing to do. Hey, good games too, though. That was enjoyable. We had some like sick matches. Frame getting a ring light. I have a ring light. I don't use it. The reason I don't get a ring light, I mean, you can see my face right now. I have like mood lighting in my apartment right now. The lights are turned down. That's the way I like it. But if I had a ring light right here in front of my face shining into my eyes when I don't like too much light, I'm very, very sensitive to light. First thing I do when I get into the office every morning at work is I turn the lights down, and then somebody else will come in after me and they will want to turn it up because they're like, it's too dark in here. And I'm like, no, it's not. You can see everything. You can read if you want to read something. You can see everything. The screens that you're looking at are obviously lit themselves, but if you turn on this fluorescent lighting in the ceiling, you know, it's just going to be like a headache, and I feel like I'm in like a hospital, right? Having that ring light in my eyes. I've been streaming for how many hours now? I've been here for almost 4 hours. I mean, I would hate it. So I did that for a while. I had a light on my face when I recorded videos and stuff. You can go back and watch it. I had a ring light. I don't do it anymore. Like my role model when it comes to all of this is Eris. And if he can do it with like a green webcam where you can barely, like, you only see his outline, and be that successful, then, you know, I can't use my shitty webcam as an excuse. But I would like for the picture quality to be higher, even though the room isn't brightly lit. That would be nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Good block. Good duck. Damn, everybody knows anti-Elisa. Like, it's a completely underused character that, like, nobody uses. And still, they duck that string reliably at Raijin. There's, like, 2 quick knowledge checks right there, and he just passed both of them, no issue.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
GG's. Oh, wow. Michaela's Acapello. Play one last game of Elisa. You got it, dude. Unfortunately, it's going to be quite a low rank game of Elisa because my ranks were reset. But thank you so much for your extremely generous donation. Thank you for watching. And all the rest of it, dude. Do I have any customizations on her? I have one.
Elisa.
2 pluggers in a row. It happens, it happens. See if I remember anything about this character. was lagging right there. 8% leave. I pressed X before I saw that. A lot of places had very warm orangey lights that didn't hurt your eyes. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think that it's a Nordic thing. We're very good at mood lighting because it's so dark here. I don't know. It's just how we do it here. But obviously, then you live in Asia, and whether it's Japan or you go to India or wherever, the idea of like white, extremely bright light. Usually bare white walls like I have in my apartment right now, to be fair, and then you just sit in that and then you turn it down to complete pitch blackness when you go to sleep. I don't know how they relax, but it's probably just like you have to get used to it, right? Back from the gym. Hey, what's up, Demon Knight? Hope you had a good session. I'm gonna make food after the stream. I bought chicken kebab meat. I haven't played Elisa in how many months or like years at this point. She still looks cool. I'll give her that. Should have punished that. There we go. Broke that, pretty sure. I mean, I didn't, because if I broke it, then it would have gotten broken. Right, I have projectiles, I forgot. You thought you broke it. Hey, there it is. There it is. Thanks, 3Dizzle. You're gonna eat just the meat? No, I bought chicken kebab meat that's like pre-seasoned. It's like it looked nice enough, but it's frozen, right? So I'm defrosting some of that, and then I'm gonna have that over rice. I'm gonna make like a donburi, you know? Is that a word that weebs know? Do you guys know what a donburi is? It's my favorite way to have food, more or less. Because I know, like, if I say kawaii ugu, where I talk about, you know, tsundere waifus, like, even though it's Japanese, technically, you guys understand me perfectly, because we're speaking the same language, right? But do you guys know what a donburi is? Barely winning in blue ranks? Dude, I'm using a character as a request from a viewer that I haven't used in months. And barely winning, I'll remind you, Raven Pines, is still winning. Oh, I forgot how to combo off of that, though. Another really cool thing about you, Raven Pines, is you always say something and then you write SMH after, right? I think you did that right now, did you? Yeah, SMH my head. And what's really great about that is I have no idea what SMH means, which means that you're getting owned because you've written it to me like 1 billion times and I've never had a single idea what you're trying to say. And I'm not going to find out. Hey, get misunderstood, dude. sexy man. Sexy man something. You guys want to do a super? Nice orbital, dude. I have no idea what SMH means. People like write these things. One that you guys explained to me was... Oh, this is perfect. You guys taught me another one that you write all the time, but I've forgotten what it meant. I've even forgotten what it was. That's perfect. Hey, you guys stay millennials in the chat, okay? Stay millennial weebs in the chat. I'll be over here chilling with my wisdom, you know? Oh no, messed up the DP. Barely know how to do any of this anymore. Is he gonna launch punish? No. Oh, messed up the dive kick. Yeah, I can't play her anymore. It's sad. Just realized that I'm doing this fish hook a lot on Elisa right now. It looks like Elisa's is actually better, for range at least. Nice, dude. Come on, man. Don't be sad. It's fine. Alright. Hey, I hope you feel better soon, dude. I hope you feel better soon. Trust me. After having decided not to be salty about this game, I feel a lot better. And it is something that you can just choose not to do. Let's try and do some combos. How do you even dive kick? There it is. All right. Okay, all right. I still got it, still got it. Still have some combos. It was me, get owned. I believe you, dude. I believe you. Frame is an older millennial. Yeah, that's true. Now people like to refer to me as a boomer. I've explained how that doesn't make sense. But it's also weird because people say Generation X, Generation Z. I have no idea what that means. I don't know what a millennial is either because I was born in the 80s. So, I mean, how old should you be in the decade that you're labeled as being a part of? I remember what I was doing when the year 2000 came. I was at a ski resort. Not even 3 dive kicks in the combo. Yeah, well, Futret, you're actually good with this character. You know, I got decent with Elisa without ever really getting that deep into the hard combos. And then I played you and you were good at doing those, right? Here's the thing though. You can bring your Elisa into a match with me right now, and I will spank you like a naughty boy until you beg for my forgiveness. So maybe you shouldn't try and like flex on me in the chat, dude.
Fight.
First Vortex. Is he? Shouldn't you be playing Kazuya? Is that the first Vortex? Oh, my controller died again. Damn, it's doing that a lot now. I wonder what it is. This new cable is like not good. I love it when they don't even pretend that they're gonna like, you know, wait for you to resolve your issue and come back. They're like, oh, golden opportunity. Let's spam. That's Tekken Online for you.
Round 2. Fight.
Save that for your girlfriend. It's the naughtiest thing I've said all stream. Maybe I'll be able to monetize this stream as well. You never know. The music I'm using, the Sonic mix, is the creator has on in the video description that you're like free to listen to it and it doesn't, you know, cost you anything. Maybe. Good parry, dude.
Round 3. Fight.
That's such a good counter hit move for Heihachi. The range, the shape of the hitbox, the damage. Knew it, dude. You do Hashi too much. You do that too much as well. Nice whiff punish then. Why didn't I attack? I had some sort of aneurysm, like right when I had to close out the sick comeback, dude. Dude, he can't wait to do Hashi and the full crouch low and that throw and Hunting Hawk. Well, I should be able to deal with it. If I'm not, it's on me. We're still alive. Oh! That's like one of my few completely consistent combos, dude. And it just spagooted. And I wasn't in range for that move! Oh, this game, it does... it demands composure like you wouldn't believe. That's the first time I almost broke the entire stream. But you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna take a breather. Frame onsen stream when? That would be sick. I am going to a bunch of onsens like 10 days from now. I'm going to Japan and we've booked a bunch of like hotels and retreats we want to go to, me and my girl. And I haven't been in an onsen for many years. Because we talked about earlier how I don't like this strangers' bodies. I don't want to be around somebody I don't know when they're like not fully clothed. I don't want to like smell other people. I don't want to like, you know, feel their breath, anything like that. I definitely don't want to like walk around naked to them and then get in the same bath water, even though an onsen feels very good and is really quite nice. But, you know, you can go to these places where you can get makes you long for French champagne, because I'm like old and confused. Action, please. Oh, oh, the online gin, known for its forward 4. Where is it? Just start the match with a forward 4. There you go. Just set the tone. You know? There you go. Do it again. It's actually the first Jhin we play today, but it might be because we you can't really get Jins lower than this rank because of all the inherent advantages he has. Let's beat him though. We can do it. Oh, I just had to delay my, while standing for my attack a little bit longer and he would have eaten it. I did the first attack too early. Okay. Ah, it's doing so well. I cannot believe I just beat a Jhin online. This whole staying calm thing is really working out for me. Like when I did my back 4-4 into fly for the attack series, and that combo that's supposed to be consistent just completely spaghettied and he got up. Like that's classically where I would be like, that is so frustrating, right? Or when he counter hit me with the forward 4, right? It was classic like situation where I would be like, well, I'm not supposed to win this because Jhin is just that much better. And it's true, Jhin is like 15 times stronger than Elisa, but it's the whole thing of if you like, you know, stay calm and keep trying, at least you maximize the small chance you have of being successful in the Jhin matchup. What's the general mood of T8? Are we hyped? I think a lot of people are very hyped. I think a lot of people are very hyped. I am excited, I can't lie, but I do think it retains or worsens most of its problems from 7. And that is another reason I have to be better at like staying level-headed when I play now. Because if Tekken 7 almost drove me insane with its poor balancing, then Tekken 8 is gonna like, you know, explode me. Mr. Croft thinks Ling is stronger in Tekken 8. I've heard of Mr. Croft, I've seen him. Is he a big Tekken guy though? Like, and I'm not, you know, insinuating that he isn't, but does he know what, or that he doesn't, but does he know what he's talking about? Or is he like a 2D guy? Mr. Croft versus Main Man, huh?
New challenger.
Oh, he's a TGO Xiaoyu player. But what does he know about Xiaoyu? Okay, that's not the Mr. Croft I was thinking of. I was thinking about somebody else. There's obviously somebody else. He's the best Ling EU. All right, there you go. Yeah, getting angry makes you worse. That's totally true. But it you know, the catch-22 is that the anger is justified. The anger is justified. You're doing something very frustrating, and poor decisions that are completely out of your control, made for bad reasons by, you know, Namco or the person you're playing against, is causing you all these problems. So the anger is justified, but you still have to conquer it. Hey, you know what? I've played Mr. Croft's Ling. That I just remembered. I played his Ling on my Bob, and he was like crazy good. Okay, I'm thinking about somebody else. J.M. Crofts. Is J.M. Crofts, and I'm sorry again to say this, but it's like is he the guy, the fighting game content creator who doesn't have hair? That's an image of that spring. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I mean, there might be more. Like I said, most people who play Tekken are in their 30s, so, you know, they're not all gonna have hair. Good block. Oh, that was supposed to be a hop kick. I'm so sorry, you guys. Don't rage chart. That was supposed to be a hop kick. I messed up the directional input. It would have launched him and killed. It would have been so sick. It's exactly what you need to do against this guy: is block and launch his Hashi, and his or his launch punishable lows. Right? It's like the game is screaming at me that that's what I need to do to beat this guy. So it's sad that I messed it up. But again, compose. You know, it's not looking good for our hero, but we'll do our best. Maybe we'll make it through. You never know. You know, we're making comebacks. We're beating Jins. This is very, very good. Oh god, okay. Hashi? Dude, I think you have a repertoire problem. Again, I'm not trying to give advice to somebody who's not asking for it, but I think you have a repertoire problem.
Round 4. Fight.
That was not an intentional taunt. I was trying to do up forward 3, I'm sorry. He also always just does generic down 4 after Hashi, like always. He doesn't even attempt a mix right there. It's a little bit too much of like a very derivative obstacle course, so I'm gonna play him later if he stays online. Can I play? I'm not playing specific people, but you can definitely snipe if you want. There's surgery for that, hair implants. Yeah, I hope I never need them though, because, you know, I've seen people get them and it does look different. It does look better, but it still doesn't look like your natural hair. Like, it's okay. So a good example, and I'm going to try and stay monetized right now. A good example would be, you know how there are AI generated images that somebody might enjoy looking at in private while manipulating a specific part of their physiology, right? So in that sense, the image is practically doing the job, but you can still tell it's not the real thing, right? Can you tell why HL2 was overrated? Did you not enjoy the game? I don't know what HL2 is. I don't know what HL2 is. Sorry, dude. Half-Life 2. Oh, okay. The reason I say that that game is overrated is because it's cool. Like, everybody played it when I was a kid. I played it too. You know, everybody was talking about the head crabs and the Gordons, you know, or whatever. But I think there were a lot of very similar shooters back in the day. And I guess even though the story, the narrative is a little bit more involved, it's constantly talked about and thought of as one of these like pinnacles of game design. And that I don't think is true. Could also be that I simply like don't really enjoy shooters all that much, even though I played a bunch. Like I loved all the Quake games when I was a kid. I played them a lot. I played a lot of Quake 2. A lot of Quake 1, a lot of Quake 3 Arena, the original Unreal. I loved the original Unreal. That game had a very sort of spooky and specific atmosphere that I thought was really great. I loved Unreal 1. And I guess if I look at those like legendary to me games and compare them to Half-Life 2, I guess Half-Life 2 came after. I don't really see or understand why Half-Life 2 became the cultural phenomenon that it is by comparison. So I'm not saying that if I've said that Half-Life 2 is bad in the past, it's because I'm trolling. But what I do believe is that Half-Life 2 is overrated in the exact same way as Final Fantasy 7 is overrated, right? There are a lot of like good JRPGs, and Final Fantasy VII genuinely does not look good. It has really, really unappealing graphics. It just does. I remember thinking it when the game was new, and if you look at it now, it still looks horrible. I mean, some parts of it are really impressive visually, but the pre-rendered like static low resolution image background, and then the very, very weird stick figure looking cloud walking around in it looks absolutely terrible to me. Like, I genuinely believe that it is so unappealing that I want to stop looking at Final Fantasy VII when I am looking at it for some reason, you know? So again, it's like, yeah, I think it's overrated, but bad. I mean, I don't really care if it's good or bad. But yeah, I think like with Half-Life, it's a whole thing, you know. That goes into Counter-Strike being the entire thing that is, and this meme of like Gabe of all these years and all the rest of it. It's like become this like ongoing joke almost. But if you go back and objectively look at Half-Life 2, how good was it really? How well has it held up? I don't know, because I haven't played it since I was a child, but I suspect that it's not as good as people remember. Whereas Diablo 2 is still excellent, right? Diablo 2 is still excellent. Diablo 2 is better than Diablo 4, and Diablo 4 came out recently, right? That's an achievement, and in Diablo 2 also, although the graphics of Diablo 2, I mean, there's Resurrected now, there's the remake, but even if you play the original, even though they're very dated and pixelated, it still has a great presentation all these years later. And you can say the same thing for a lot of, like, I think 16-bit console video games had have this ability of like creating a very, very appealing atmosphere and look that like still holds up. So we're listening to Sonic music right now. You go back and look at Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, and it has cool animations, great presentation. It like sounds and looks amazing because it's like it's 16-bit, yeah, but it's like the pinnacle of how good that looks. And you can say the same thing about really good games from the SNES. Whereas I think Final Fantasy VII and a lot of PlayStation 1 games, like I know people love Resident Evil 1, but Resident Evil 1 looks terrible, dude. And I think it has the same thing with Final Fantasy VII, where it has that pre-rendered like static image background. And I guess for me, that is just something that I find extremely unappealing to look at. I mean, some people, I guess, and I've had it explained to me like in videos how that was like impressive and a good solution to certain problems at the time, and I don't doubt that. But I thought it looked terrible then to the point where I decided not to play those games anymore, and I think it still looks terrible. Which is why, making remakes of those games is a pretty good idea. And they have. Whereas, and this is a really good, we can stay with the same franchise, Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube, which is, the system that I played Resident Evil 4 on, still looks fantastic. It's dated, the textures are kind of old, but the atmosphere and the vibe is there. The characters still feel like they have personality. The Resident Evil 4 is a fantastic looking game, and that's where I go, why is this being remade, Because this one, unlike Resident Evil 1 and 2, like really doesn't need it. But obviously it's the money train, and then they added all kinds of other things. They expanded on the game, so maybe you can justify it that way. But Resident Evil 4, in my opinion, was almost timeless. It did not need a visual update. And I'll say something else. I was thinking about that today. I think Tekken 7 looks great, man. I don't know what kind of visual quality you're getting on the stream right now, but on my new, really good monitor with my new PC, Tekken 7 is a fantastic... I mean, this is solid. This is really solid. It's really all you need. It's not as flashy as Tekken 8, but Tekken 7 has aged, considering it's a decade old, it's aged really well. Could also be that, I've always been a sucker for the presentation of a video game that I'm playing. I love being immersed. So always found it very important how immersive the game is in terms of its presentation, right? I want it to look good. It doesn't have to look advanced or impressive, but it needs to look good, right? Like Vanillaware, those games are just, fantastic for that. Like Muramasa, the Demon Blade, that game is very simplistic. It's just 2D sprites, but it's one of the most beautiful looking games of all time. And when it comes together with the rest of the presentation, the level design, the weapons, the enemies, the music, it's you feel like you're in a mythological version of ancient Japan, and it's so fun and immersive. And then the gameplay is intense and kind of difficult, so you get really into it. Muramasa the Demon Blade is I think it was exclusive for the Nintendo Wii, and it's still one of my favorite video games of all time. World of Warcraft has held up, but World of Warcraft has also had very, very important updates. So I don't play World of Warcraft Classic because for me, going back to the look of Classic is too difficult. I'm really into transmog. I want to build a cool character and make it look cool. And if I'm going to limit myself to, the character models they look, by today's standards, not great. And your customization options are so limited in Classic. It's also the case that my main character since Mop has been Monk, and monks don't exist until, several expansions later, so I can't play my favorite class. But I agree that, I could probably start up Classic WoW right now and, create a new character and then just, a tour and then run around in Mulgore, and it will give me goosebumps all day, dude. because of the nostalgia, but because that there's a like a mystic quality to that game. It became as popular as it did because it has a power to like really lock you into its world. It's a great quality for an MMO to have. Nice. I kept looking for the down back three or the low, and he just went for mids all day. Dude, are you gonna do a? He's like a Feng who doesn't do lows. I've never seen that before. Good block. Sidewalk. Ooh. Damn, I'm down. Wow, felt cozy. Yeah, it did. And it was about the world being like thought out and lived in by all these characters that all had individual names and little stories. And the music being fantastic. Like the best moments for me in World of Warcraft, and this is maybe unique to my experience, but my favorite World of Warcraft moments have pretty much all been moments where I played alone. I occasionally like raided and did well in raids and stuff, but people like talking about all the people they met in World of Warcraft and all these experiences that they shared. But when I was like in a part of that world where I didn't see any other players and the music came in, and I was you're running in Northrend and there's this like huge mountain or something, and you just, it's so cozy, and it's a pretty private experience for me. And then somebody who's called I mean something like I mean, I'm not saying I'm an RP player, but some like guy runs into frame and starts like like the character names and stuff. I remember I saw an ice mage one time, a human female ice mage called Prostitute, and it was funny, but it is a little bit immersion breaking. It's a good name for an ice mage though, or frost mage I should say. Yeah, Blizzard have always been excellent at that. I mean, not anymore, but they were excellent at that. There was I've always said that about them. There was a level of fidelity to everything that they made that made like Hearthstone could be an immersive game, even though it's like it's basically a game about spending money and then slowly clicking buttons and waiting for like RNG to happen, But it's like even the UI in Blizzard games, like you open up the menu or you like pick your character and everything just feels so well thought out and high quality. There's like a clicking sound when you press a button and you can see it being pressed down, and everything just feels, it has like a fantastic amount of feedback. Yeah, they were always really good at that. And then the amazing quality that they had in their cinematics, which were like the best in the industry for ages. They're still good at making like cinematics, but now everybody can do that. You can use AI or whatever, I guess, but the undeniable fall of Blizzard is a tragedy because they were the best for a long time. Diablo and World of Warcraft and StarCraft? Are you kidding me? Those three juggernauts of their genres and the level of quality. It's like the MMO, like the only MMO that even saw, I mean, maybe Final Fantasy 14 now is getting close, but at its height, World of Warcraft, nothing could mess with it, dude. And like the RTS, competitive RTS in StarCraft. And the best like loot-based action RPG in Diablo. By far. Like nothing touches it. And they're all very distinct qualities and aesthetics, but lived in, fleshed out worlds with like famous and iconic characters and great orchestral score. I mean, damn Blizzard. And I think maybe having seen that as one of the other reasons I tend to like talk about being, when I see greed being the main motivating force behind the decisions of Bandai Namco, maybe that's why it worries me so much, because I know how that can I mean, it is conceivable that if Namco keep, you know, making decisions using exclusively their wallets, we're looking at a future where Tekken isn't played anymore. Like, where people stop playing Tekken, and then there won't be a community for me to stream to or with. I mean, that happens. We've seen it happen. Tekken could, like, be abandoned as a concept if they keep letting greedy decisions ruin, or at least come before, good game design. Skyrim, yeah, that's another one. That's so good. Yeah, it's a pretty good name. Do you know of any bands that play music like Tristram's theme? Not really. It's very unique. It's got a very unique vibe. But you can listen to people who create music based on Diablo 2's OST. That exists. I mean, we've done it. I've used it as background music on the stream. The decision to go for the down forward 1+2 instead of forward 1+2 was the difference between killing and not killing, I think. So I'm glad I made it. He always goes for the low block.
Round 4. Fight.
You will become a variety streamer, picture in picture? I don't think so. At that point, I would either do what I did the last few months, trying to find games that I think will appeal to me deeply, like Elden Ring and Lies of P, and stream them. But I would probably also, like, I don't know. What if Tekken went away? Yeah, it would be a tragedy. I mean, I would play a lot more different video games probably. But, yeah. You know what I'd probably do? I'd probably get into another really popular fighting game. Like, the entire fighting game thing, it's deeply appealing to me for a bunch of reasons. First of all, like World of Warcraft, if you want to be good at World of Warcraft now, first of all, you need other people. And I don't really want to play with other people. I don't really want to organize myself after another person's schedule. Most people, I don't want to interact and talk to them and plan in the real world. But you have to do that to be able to get the gameplay to the level where it can do the really difficult stuff in World of Warcraft. You have to. The other thing is you have to commit immense amounts of time to optimize your character, right? You need to get certain, I was going to say achievements. That's not necessarily true. But you need to gear up. Maybe you need to attune yourself. You need to learn and practice. You need to do multiple rounds looking for this loot and your best in slot stuff, and it's just a giant time sink as well, right? Whereas I can completely on my own become a very good Tekken player. I can consume content about Tekken and instructional stuff about it to help me learn, but it can be a completely private experience where I don't need to talk to other people. And I also can turn the game on, play a couple of matches, and then stop if I need to go and do something else. And if I go to work for 8 hours, it's not like, oh, all the other people are spending these 8 hours, gaining all these advantages in the game that I don't have now. So I'm behind, Because you're going to be practicing and learning Tekken for thousands and thousands of hours, and so an 8-hour period is not a significant loss to your do you know what I mean? It's like an appealing game genre to commit to trying to be good at. And then it also has this thing where it's complex, and there's lots to learn and explore, and you can keep on ranking up and increasing the difficulty and the challenges. And then it's also one-on-one, which I really like. It's never a team game. I always dislike being a part of a team for any reason. You know, people meme on group projects at school because nobody liked them. And it's the same thing. Like, I try to like do sports when I was a kid, and I always quit because like I was on the soccer team and I hated being part of the team. Hated being part of a team. I do not like it. Fundamentally. And it's not like I'm, you know, probably sounds like I'm this antisocial, like horrible person to be around. I don't think that's true. I just have, it's like my close friends and like my girlfriend, it's a specific kind of person that I like and want to be around, and if they don't like, and if they're not that, then I quite quickly like feel like I'd rather be somewhere else, you know. I remember like we had this one project, this was at university. We had to, it was a pretty difficult assignment, but I think you had to find, I don't remember exactly what the assignment was, but basically we were supposed to write a paper on, I think it was technology transfer or something like that. So it was like this concept of, okay, so you have developing economies that don't have these key companies in certain industries building, like, for example, very few countries have successful large companies that build airplanes. Historically, it's been Boeing and Airbus, and that's it, right? And then you have these other like developing economies that are trying to entice these companies into like having production in their countries, right? And baiting them with access to their consumer market. So if you want to like sell your airplanes in China, you need to build a factory in China, and you need to hire Chinese engineers to work in it, you know. And then what happens is, very deliberately, and I have to be careful so that I don't sound political here, it could be any country. China is a very specific example. It would happen there though. It's the classic example of this. They then, as they work for this international company, start learning how to build airplanes, and then they can, you know, especially if like the legal systems to prevent that sort of thing aren't robust in that country, throw their partners out and then start doing their own thing, because the technology transfer has occurred and they now have engineers capable of building airplanes by themselves, right? So it was some sort of assignment on that, and we had to like write a paper on it and then do a 15-minute presentation, and you were supposed to be 3-on-3. And there was this lot of like I studied with these people in my class for like 3 or 3.5, 4 years at university. So like I knew a lot of people. They were my friends, and there was this like one girl who was in my group who I knew, and we used to like go to the same parties. Like some of her best friends were some of my best friends. Like we knew each other well, even though we weren't like, you know, besties. But we were part of the same friend group, and she was like with another girl, and they needed a third person, and I didn't have a group. So I just went up to her and said, "Hey, do you want to do this together?" And she said no. And I was like, "Wow, okay, why?" Or I didn't ask why. She wouldn't have asked. I think she just told me. She said, "I don't feel like you're gonna take it seriously." And it was such an unkind thing to say, because if like you don't want me on your group for some reason, whatever, right? I'll figure it out. But I hadn't like done anything to indicate that I wasn't serious about my studies. I was I've always been pretty good at writing papers for school and stuff. So she just had this faulty image of me being like not a serious person when it came to this, and it made me like, you know, took me by surprise. And then all the other groups I could potentially join were people that I didn't know, and it just like felt like So I just asked my professor, can I just do it on my own? And he's like, no, it's a 3-person assignment. The workload for the time frame is going to be too big for you, and also, you know, he doesn't want to have to correct that many papers. If we had like 250 people in my program at that school, he doesn't want to have to like, you know, read 250 individual reports. So he clumps people into groups, right? So I went home and I realized that if I just do it on my own anyway, and I just turn this paper in, and then I do a 15-minute presentation on it on my own. I mean, he's told me that I'm not allowed to, but I don't think he's gonna fail me for it, especially not if I do it quite well. So I decided that I just like, instead of like trying to like find a group to do this with, I'll just go home and do it. And because I am good at writing papers, like I'm a pretty fast writer. I used to like, when I was in high school, you could pay me to write your paper for you. It's like a little side hustle I had, and I guaranteed a good grade because you know, it's one of the few things I'm better than average at. Turns out, first of all, that not only was I probably one of the first groups to finish, because I didn't have to do the thing of, okay, we all need to like meet up in the library tomorrow at 12. Oh, you can't make it because you have like, you know, your brother's dog's birthday party. Okay, and we have to reschedule, and somebody doesn't finish, you know, their stuff on time and all the rest of it. I could just sit down with what I needed to do and then do it, and then it was done. You know what I mean? Like, it went really well. And when I went up like on stage, I guess, to do my presentation, like my professor just had to like accept the fact that I was doing it now by myself. And that girl who like didn't want me on her group because I wasn't going to take it seriously, she was there and she watched me give one of the better presentations on the topic. And that was important to me. I mean, wounded pride or whatever. I mean, you know, who cares, really? But it felt good, because I think I did better than her group. Definitely than the third person she recruited to that group instead of me. Yeah, so fighting games are great, because it's just you. You can take complete responsibility for your own progress, everything that goes wrong, everything that goes right. You don't have to rely on the capabilities of or like schedules or feelings of others to determine how well you do, which means that you have a high degree of control. Your achievements are completely your own. It doesn't require like a bunch of time. It's not a huge time sink. So if Tekken were to just go away and like didn't have the same popularity anymore, yeah, I'd probably get into a different fighting game. But I would want it to be big. Like, the thing about fighting games is you want to still play by yourself in a fighting game that has a large community, because that's how you like... I mean, it's obviously more appealing. You get more matches, you play more different kinds of people. The general level of quality in play becomes higher. The game is more likely to, you know, consistently have new content released for it. You know, it's just so much more, like for fighting games, it's incredibly important to have a substantial community playing them. So like, I guess maybe I'd get into Street Fighter. Maybe I'd just go learn Juri Han. I don't know. And yeah, I would play From Software games, but not the PvP. The PvP in From Software games is fundamentally, as far as I can tell, I mean, some people like it, but I think it's flawed to the point where it's not worthwhile. Like you have a good connection match in Dark Souls PvP, and people are like learning that they can randomly stab the air over here, and that's gonna like stagger and hit you over there because of inconsistencies with hitboxes, lag, and timing. And for a fighting game player to enter that environment and try and like learn that, try and like analyzing and breaking that down into numbers and getting good at it, ooh, it's so unappealing. It's deeply unappealing, right? Tekken is a huge time sink. It is, but the point, young tuberculosis, is that it's as much of a time sink as you want it to be. I can play Tekken for an hour, I can play for 2 hours or 3 hours or all day. But if I don't play World of Warcraft all day, I'm not able to play it at a high level. because you need to get all the things and tick all the boxes and do all these things to even be invited to play it at the highest level. And that is why I was kind of forced to become a more casual player of World of Warcraft. Like I do transmogs now, and I like, you know, I did Mythic Plus a bit in Shadowlands, and I did well. You know, I was clearing 15 plus 15 keys, 16, 17 early in the expansion when that was really high level, but I was doing it with pug groups because I didn't want to organize myself, and that puts a hard cap on how high I can go. So even though like my Brewmaster Monk was, I mean, I knew how to play it and I was doing it reasonably well, I was never going to be able to be part of a group that would be able to push at a really high level because I didn't want to organize myself into these social groups. Like I didn't want to be in a guild and stuff like that. But with Tekken, yeah, you can get to max rank and play like the best people on your continent, and all you need is the game and a controller. I was like, I felt the hell sweep, but because he did one at the end of the last round, I'm like, is he really? But you should almost always expect the hell sweep. It's just such a good go-to thing for the Deviljans.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Uksa. That was a sick perfect. Dark Souls PvP has always been a joke, yeah, but it's a shame because it has a substantial community. Like Elden Ring PvP and Dark Souls PvP, if it was good, if it had the net code, I guess, to actually be a serious consideration, it could be like a major thing. I mean, I'd probably get into it, honestly. But the way that it like, you know, you're supposed to be, I think, a level 150, but nothing stops you from just getting to level like 300 and then going in and abusing the system. Whereas with Tekken, with a fighting game, for it to be fair, they have to lock down the parameters, right? You have to play this way. You pick a character, you play like this, you play like this, you know. I can't just like go and over level and like do some sort of weird build where I'm relying on consumables. So if they wanted to like take that and then like turn it into, it's almost like it should be a separate mode where you don't have to like summon each other or go to a specific place. I get that that's their world design and their vision, and it really works. I mean, it's especially for the single player, but if you could go to a multiplayer mode in the menu of Elden Ring and then customize and create your character, choose your weapons, and then go into like one of several arenas and have a high quality, good netcode match with those more clearly defined and constrained parameters, I think it would have the potential to be ballistic. But I think it's because it's loosey-goosey with its technology and all the rest of it. It will always be unappealing to a fighting game player. It's just a fun afterthought. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It's a good point. I mean, I loved Elden Ring, and I really liked the other Dark Souls games. I don't know if I loved them the same way, but I loved Elden Ring. I loved Bloodborne. I think maybe I'll love Sekiro. I'm being pressured by people in my life and my chat to play Sekiro now because, you know, I've never tried it and I really liked Lies of P, and I'm a huge weeb. What do you guys think? Should I get Sekiro? You know, I'm not going to do it right now because Tekken 8 is so close, and I don't know if I'll be able to finish it before Tekken 8 because I'm going to Japan for like 2 weeks. When are you gonna show the kebab meat? Yeah, I'm getting really quite hungry, and I should eat dinner soon. How about we get Emperor and then we go eat dinner? Yeah, min-max bro builds. I always play those games in offline mode. Like I don't want my I don't even want like somebody to be able to invade me, even if they try and integrate it and make it immersive in the story. Even if like, you know, it's just like, ugh. I remember back in the day when you were playing World of Warcraft and you ran into like a horde player, like because I was Alliance, like always have been, which is a joke now because another reason you can't play at a high level, you have to be the right faction. Because only one of the two major factions actually has guilds performing at that level. And then everybody who wants to play at a high level has to be Horde. That's such a tragedy. The other like really big tragedy of the Alliance Horde thing for me is that the Horde is cool. Like I like the Horde as a concept. But I like it as a concept in terms of the Trolls and the Tauren and the Orcs. And then it was kind of weird when the Blood Elves joined the Horde. But basically because of the way the Blood Elves look, it's now the only race that is played on the Horde side, right? So the Horde is supposed to be like the more savage, like less technologically advanced faction, but then everybody is just playing like a tiny, thin elf with pointy ears and a nice dress on, right? And like everybody's a hunter or a paladin. It's, yeah. That's another really sad thing about that. Like when you do play Horde, you don't get to see orcs, you don't get to see Tauren, you definitely don't get to see trolls. It's like 95% Blood Elves with a smattering of Forsaken, which are cool. I like the Forsaken. That's why you play Classic, I guess, but I love the Monk as a class. I love the Draenei as a race. I think they look so cool. Like I really liked it when they came into the game because I felt like we had our own version of the Tauren and we had our version of the big boy, you know? Damn, this Brian is like very Brian-y. Do you guys agree? Is he gonna do a high? They always do a move right after, so that's gonna work, yeah. Oh! Oh, and it's a spin move, so he gets the round. Okay. Alright, Brian. Alright, Brian, just another thing you get for free. Did a raid chart. You could see the first frames of the raid chart animation right there. He looks kind of lost. Yeah, I don't know. Frame isn't a fan of hands and mouths. I am honestly, like in most fantasy settings, I'm not the elf guy. And I'm also never the ranged, like, bow and arrow guy. It's never been an aesthetic that I respond to. But I like the Night Elves. I think they're super cool. Night Elves are cool. It's like a really cool aesthetic concept. Nocturnal elves with, like, dark purple skin and glowing eyes. We have, like, fangs and stuff. And they are basically, like, evolved, arcanely warped trolls. That's what the Night Elves are in the lore of that. Like, the Night Elves, I really think are really cool. Blood Elves, But first of all, gear doesn't look good on them. Like you watch an Asmongold Horde transmog competition and every single transmog looks terrible because it's on one of those tiny elves who doesn't have any shoulders and whose shoulder armor clips into the chest. You know what I mean? It's not that like I don't want there would be a bunch of and like it would be like a cool part of the Horde even like in terms of the world building, it makes sense for them to decide to join the Horde, I guess. They managed to justify it. It's just, if they're supposed to be one small faction within the Horde, and you go to Orgrimmar, where like the main Horde races live in their main city, and every single player that you see is a Blood Elf. It's like, it feels weird. It's like immersion breaking. You know what I mean? Imagine if like you played Alliance, and every time you went to Stormwind or Ironforge, you saw nothing but gnomes running around. It's supposed to be like a small part of that entire faction, but it makes up the entire player base. It's funny with transmog how in Warcraft, certain sizes for certain things have always been like weird. I don't know if they've changed it or patched it, but human female always had huge weapons for some reason, right? That's one thing. And Tauren had huge mounts. He loves that string probably because he thinks like doing the blue spark stuff is like cool or something. So I should just start ducking that string when he does it. I think sideways movement is the way to beat this guy. You could sort of tell right there that that's probably true. Fisherman slam attempt, dude, that's brave. Oh.
Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Keep waiting for him to do a high, but he didn't. That doesn't low crush, huh?
Round 4. Fight.
Is he attempting like taunt jet uppers or something? That could have been it.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Good block, good block. See how you like it. Yeah, Brians who think they're cool. I think that was a typical example of a Brian who thinks they're cool. Because he was doing the, you know, the Blue Spark stuff and all the, you know, the Brian get hype stuff, right? But something that I noticed is like sometimes when I run into Brians, they want to like start taunting and really beating me, and it might be because basically hating on Brian is what I'm most known for as a Tekken content creator. If you type Frame Whisper on YouTube, the first word that comes up as a suggestion is Brian, and it's a character that I've never played once in my life, and it's the word I'm the most associated with. Main man's been reacting to me talking about Brian and all the rest of it, right? So the Brian player is like, nah, and they start trying really hard to do the cool stuff and like and like beat me, but it's a lose-lose for them, because if they lose against me, they lose, and it's like, oh, I just beat your Brian. But if they win, it's probably because you're doing all these unfair, too powerful moves that your character shouldn't have, right? So you're just proving my point. It's like, oh, I want to prove that Frame Whisperer is wrong by beating him. But you can't, because my argument is that it's too easy for Brian to beat people in Tekken matches, right? It's kind of perfect. So, you know, they're just going to take L's forever. They're just going to take L's forever, dude. And that is the destiny of all Brians. Thought it was the high, sorry. Good block. Bad punish. Nice backdash by me. I'm starting to use forward 1+2 as a quick punisher, and I'm excited about it. It works. Never gonna do the high, dude. Never gonna do the high. The no mix-up. It's weird when you can do it confidently because you just know, you know. Hyped for Elise in Tekken 8? Yeah, I am. Damn, my controller died again. What am I yapping about? Yeah, I'm yapping about Brian as usual. Sorry. My controller keeps disconnecting. I'm not excited about this new cable that I bought, even though it was 25 bucks for a charging cable, dude. That was supposed to be a down back 3. It would have worked too, so it would have cancelled his armor. Good duck. Hyper committal duck. It was like Talon. Damn, I'm not gonna lose to this Kazuya, am I? I mean, maybe. Maybe I am. Kazuya is another character that, for me, it's the exact same thing as Brian, where like a Kazuya will like never be able to impress me, because my argument is that like all these things are like way too good, and then they like try and prove me wrong by beating me with the good stuff. I mean, I will occasionally like see a sidestep electric that's like very fast and precise and go, damn, that is both hard to do and a hard read, so you know, well done. That does happen. Pokey poke. Don't spaghetti this now. Don't drop it. What if I hit the brakes though, dude? What if I hit the brakes? Isn't the Swedish currency named krona? No, it's the same derivation. It's krona, which corona means crown in Spanish, and I guess the virus is named that because it has a shape under a microscope that is similar to the disk of the sun. Basically a thorny circle. I think that's it. So it's not called corona, it's called krona, but it is, derived from the exact same word. And yeah, it's not a very strong currency right now. Historically, it's been decent, but yeah, crowns, we call them crowns. You find Kazuya easier than Xiaoyu? He probably, it's like this, okay? For not the final time, because I'll talk about this again, but this is the final argument about Kazuya. And I think you would really struggle to make the argument that I'm wrong about what I'm about to say. I think all the Mishima boys and all the non-Mishima boys basically have to see that this is the truth. And obviously you don't have to agree with me, but it would be difficult to argue against this. Electric is harder to do than the average move, and it's going to take some practice to get really good at. Everything else that Kazuya has apart from the electric is both too good and too easy. And that's it. I'll admit that, I don't do electrics. I used to say that I can do them 69 times in a row perfectly. I've never really tried. Because, it's not something that... Hey, do you want to spend a lot of time working on something that you're not interested in learning? No, right? So, but I think that's it. If you want to become really, really good at doing electric in certain situations, very cleanly for punishment, out of movement, all that, yeah, I get it. But everything else, as far as I can tell, that Kazuya commonly uses in his typical repertoire is both completely easy to do, has no execution complexity to it at all, and is way too good. Like his jab string flash punch combo 1-1-2 is way too good for a 10-frame jab string. Okay, it's way too good. I think his hell sweep is too good. I think stature kick is one of the best standard lows of all time. Okay, his 13-frame while standing Punisher is just faster. That right there, which can launch punish my hop kick, defines Kazuya matchups. And the only other two characters that can do it are never played by anybody. So it's essentially something that Kazuya exclusively gets to do. And it's so good, because there are so many minus 13 moves that you want to launch with that, right? So there you go. I admit that the electric has complexity to it, but everything else is as easy as playing Katarina or easier, and too good. There it is. That is zero irony, zero memeing, zero, Skrupman Uksam Masku, zero memes, zero everything. That is the god honest truth. And I think you would have to hit me with arguments that were so from left field and not previously considered by me that I would have to basically not know anything about what I'm talking about to convince me that I'm wrong about that. Because it's an obvious truth. It's like the sky is blue kind of a situation, right? But the Romans refer to the sky as being bronze colored, so somebody's gonna find a way to disagree. Do a house sweep. Do a house sweep. Love it when they listen. Oh no, I swung. That's an L. Maybe not. Hey, good games, dude. Sorry for laughing. I got lucky. You want to go again? Nice. I guess MM would argue his strings are block punishable and so is Oki. Yeah, but I don't think that's enough of a disadvantage. And I think if you play this kind of character a lot, if like you play Kazuya and then, and I'm not talking about main man here, but a lot of Mishima players, they will like play Kazuya and then they're like, I should learn a new character. Well, I already know how to use electrics. Let's learn Devil Jin, and they learn Devil Jin. And now, like, the two characters, maybe they learn Heihachi, you know, maybe they pick up regular Jin. And now they are used to and think it's normal that their 10-frame jab is like a 30-plus damage god move that, like, erases everything, you know? That just completely blasts. And they've seen that on, like, a bunch of different characters that they've played. So they're like, okay, this is normal. But they, you know, they haven't played Lars and only had access to the 2-1, you know? Which is like, I mean, so bad by comparison that it's like a character from a different game. I don't think that's enough of a disadvantage. Like, his strings are punishable. Yeah. Almost all strings in the game are punishable, dude. Like, a safe string is like rare. Miguel's down forward 3-2. That's like mid, and safe. And it's like really good. Stop and then do a low. A steel pedal, that's another one that's just like blatantly designed to be better than any other move in its category. Okay, I think I survived. Yeah, I survived. I can make it back. Stature kick? He attempted stature kick, but the camera saved him. Became another low because of the camera. That's annoying. That counter hit like right there is amazing. That's an amazing counter hit low. Imagine if I had that on Elisa, I'd love that. I have nothing of the sort. Like, do you understand what I mean? I don't have anything that even falls into the same category. Too many opinions? Yeah, good point. Let's chill. Do people play DOA? I've never heard of anybody who plays DOA. Like, I got an awesome comment on an old video like 2 days ago. Oh man, I was like laughing out loud on the bus. Because I made a video like a long time ago talking about how Tekken is like different from 2D fighting games. Because Tekken is really like the only 3D fighter that is played, and it's very strange compared to the 2D fighters that they tend to share a lot of similarities, right? And I think somewhere in that video, I say like, well, you know, nobody cares about Virtua Fighter. Something like that. Like, there's Virtua Fighter, but nobody cares about Virtua Fighter, which is true. But that video was like weeks, months ago, maybe years ago. And then I got a comment when I was like on the bus, and it just said, "What do you mean people don't care about Virtua Fighter?" So that guy's like, nobody told him, he didn't get the memo. He's commenting on a video that's like 2 years old, and he didn't get the memo. He's like, damn. Why did I buy this, you know, fight stick and practice my Virtua? I don't even know what you do. I was gonna like, why did I practice my and then insert Virtua Fighter character here? No joke, I can't name a single character from that franchise. That's how completely insignificant it is, right? I just thought that comment was great, dude. And I hope, like, you know, you get to play your favorite games and there's a community for you to be a part of, but dude, that was funny, dude. Do it again. I should duck those. I like never do. I like never duck those. Jiggle physics. Akira is an icon, man. Don't think that's true, because there's another thing called Akira that is 15 times more famous. And if you say Akira, people think about the animated movie. They don't think about the game they've never heard of. One of my best friends in Japan was called Akira. She was so funny, dude. She like was a legit narcoleptic. One of the nicest people I've ever known. She was like always happy, always nice. I mean, this is like I gotta get in touch with her. I hope she's doing well. Like, we were a very, very like close group of friends, and we did like so much cool stuff together. I miss those guys. But she was like a legit narcoleptic, where we would like be out doing something at a bar or something. She didn't drink. She was like very sensitive to alcohol. Like, if she had a little, she would like, you know, get drunk right away and like fall asleep. So we'd be out, right? And then we'd be like going home, walking back to, we all kind of lived in the same area around the school that we all went to, right? And no joke, because she would fall asleep randomly all the time, but we would like be walking and she would fall asleep walking. So she would be like walking next to us on the street, eyes closed, like basically snoring. And you just had to like make sure she was going in the right direction and not falling over. He was gonna hell sweep, I think, which is why I hop kicked. Finally ducked one. Bad punish, but you know, I ducked it. And I did spiral it into taking the round, so that's good. Good job not swinging. Oh god, he can kill me. Easy. That's incredible to me that he got that much damage. He did have rage though, but I thought like I can take a couple of hits here, it's fine. And then I realized I was dying, dude. Hey, good duck. Oh, I'm gonna lose the promo match again? Because Kazuya has broken moves? Alright. Composure. Learn to like it. Smell it, now take it. Or just turn it around like 3 Chads 69ing. Big finish! Okay, didn't work. It's okay. We'll still get it. We'll still get it. I'm not allowed to get pissed. I'm not allowed to. I have to play somebody else, though. You don't wake her up. I mean, you could try to wake Akira up, but it was useless, dude. It was useless. She'd be like, then you let go of her, and yeah, she was back, you know.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
I'm edging myself. Yeah, I'm edging myself for the promo. I could probably have done this off stream and like really focused hard on getting it done and be done in 2 hours, but I've really enjoyed this stream. And I'm just getting a lot of hours on Elisa, you know, because I want to be like completely immersed in her when it's time to pick up Tekken 8, you know. And I'll also be gone for like the... How do you even live on your own? Oh, her? She was fine. I think she fell asleep on a train one time, and we lived in Fukuoka, which is in the north of Kyushu, and she fell asleep on a train one time and woke up in Saga, which is like a different prefecture. But it wasn't legit narcolepsy, she was just always comfortable and sleepy, and she always had like a big scarf around her neck that was like huge, so she was like warm and cozy all the time, and would just sit down and be like happy and feel good and be around her friends. And she was a big mood person, you know, and she would just like, nod off constantly. But it wasn't like, you know, I don't think it was an illness. Damn, it's Jimmy J. Tong? If that's your real name, dude, I'm sorry. It's a cool name, okay? I don't know if you've noticed, but it kind of sounds like this other guy. Ashley kick? Soccer kick, how dare you? Oh, it's so close. I literally am edging myself. Well done, dude. Well done. Southern Japan is your favorite? Yeah, mine too. I mean, it's where I lived. I haven't seen much of the rest of Japan. I've seen Hokkaido. But the main island I like never went to. There's a bunch of great places up there as well, obviously. That like, you know, places like that, you know, foreigners just don't go to. Like if you go to Gunma, I think you're not going to see that many white people in Gunma or like Tochigi or, you know, places like that. I'm just not super excited by the idea of Tokyo, you know. But I guess I did live in Kyoto for a while, and I really liked... I mean, Kansai is cool. Oh, why didn't I break that? What an embarrassing loss. Well done, Jimmy Tong. Let's go again. I'm gonna focus up now. I just need to get this promo so I can eat dinner. You lived in Kagoshima for a month? Dude, that's where I'm going 10 days from now. My girlfriend, my fiancée, is from Kagoshima. That's where she grew up. That's where her family lives. That's where I'm going. Okinawa is fun. Tropical vibes with US Imperial influence. Okinawa is super cool because, yeah, it is tropical. Way too hot, unfortunately. But yeah, you can go like in the beach or in the water on the beach, and there will be like sea turtles and stuff. Like it's beautiful, but it was built, like much of it was built. I don't know if it was like during the war, but it has like kind of ugly buildings. It's known for being a lot of like concrete bunker style buildings and stuff. I was considering moving to one of the islands, like a small island in Okinawa called, what's it even called? It's called, dude, you're so lucky with the range. Keep doing handshake kicks, dude. Oh, it doesn't matter. It was one of those islands. The chain of hotels that I worked for, they were like opening a new hotel on that island, like a little resort thing. And I was like, can I help you run it? I'll move there. Like, you know me, I've been here for years. You know I'm a good worker. I know what I'm doing. Please. Because I like needed a change, and it would have been sick, but it ended up not happening. I think I decided against simply because I was already in the south of Japan and it was too hot for me to like live. because I'm not good with the heat. Because I'm a cold boy. And it's obviously even worse down there. And I mean, Fukuoka gets hot in the summer, dude.
Round 4. Fight.
That was nice. That was nice. You earned this. Don't win the round, though. That'll be annoying if you win the round. Hokkaido has the same climate as Sweden, though? No, that's not true at all. Hokkaido in the summer is as hot as the south of Japan. I went to Hokkaido in April, and there was still snow, which doesn't happen. At least, I mean, maybe in northern Sweden, but not where everybody lives. You know, Stockholm and south of Stockholm. But then in the winter, Hokkaido has meters of snowfall. And it's completely covered in snow, whereas in Sweden, most populated areas of Sweden, you get like, you know, snow piling up properly maybe once or twice a year. The rest of it is close to like zero, and it melts away real quickly. We did have like white winters and a lot of like snow when I was younger, but it doesn't really happen anymore. So Hokkaido is more extreme both directions. It's way hotter than Sweden in the summer, and it's way colder than Sweden in the winter. Ah! Fuck, I thought it would rage shard. Seems like a nice place to live. It's amazing. It's like if you're gonna live in Japan, Fukuoka is like the town. It still has young people. It's still dynamic. It's still evolving. You know, people still move there and build there and have children there. Whereas like a lot of areas in Japan, it's just like old people, shrinking populations, empty schoolhouses. Fukuoka is still like alive and vibrant in a way that's like great. It has a huge arena or dome for like baseball games and major concerts. You've got beaches everywhere if you want to go swimming in the summer. All kinds of like beautiful places by the ocean. It's a sick place to be. Fukuoka is amazing. I mean, it's, you could like put me anywhere in that city within the city limits, and I would know instantly exactly where I was. I know it better than I know my, you know, Gothenburg, where I was born and grew up. I went everywhere. I did everything in Fukuoka. And I went everywhere either walking or riding my bike as well, so I saw everything, you know. Barely used public transport. I mean, I did use the subway, I guess. You always have a little button you can use, huh? You want to live alone inside a jungle? Me too, but I want to live alone inside a jungle with very fast and stable Wi-Fi. That's my problem. Like, not a jungle, definitely not a jungle. I would want to live on like a mountain in Colorado or Canada, where it's like nice and cold, and you have to watch out for like wolves, but with really fast Wi-Fi, and a good like solid cabin where I didn't have to worry about like, you know, the elements, as long as I was inside. Always has a little button to like not have to care, Brian. He always has a little button like where he can like, this is happening right now, but I don't really want to play Tekken. I just kind of want to press this button right now. He always has a little button. Brian is the one thing I still get to be salty about and talk about that way, by the way. Brian is the one thing that I will always make fun of and criticize. Utah? Utah might be cool. I don't know. Mormons seem really cool. Seem like super chill. I don't know. For some reason, I've always felt that I would get along really well with very Christian Americans. If I could just make them like not fear me or be scared of the fact that I don't necessarily believe. I just feel like it's, I don't know. I feel like we could be allies. I could be part of the community. I don't know, I've always had that delusion, I guess. Is that where your fiance wants to live? We haven't really decided, but because we're, you know, we don't want to have a, I was going to say family. We do want to have a family, but it's just going to be the two of us. We don't really have to decide, right? Ideally, we're going to have a situation where we can be in both countries, because Sweden has massive benefits. It's also where I have like my family and stuff, but you know, I wouldn't like, you know, live here because I want to be close to my family. Not because I don't love them, but because that's not the kind of person I am. I can love them and be close to them without geographically being close to them. But Sweden in the winter, like right now, is just grim, dude. Like you don't see the light, basically ever. And then in the summer, Gothenburg is like a really cute little town, dude. Don't spaghetti this lead you have right now. Just close it out, take the points, and then move on. Like, you know, play somebody who isn't going to exploit a win-for-free character. Stop using that string. Get on. Good games, Jimmy Tong. I'll see you later, okay? Oh no, my controller. Again. Dude, what's wrong with this cable, dude? It was so expensive. Maybe I'll just like put it up in my lap so it can't be pulled on by anything. The sea with the boats, yeah. How to say Gothenburg in Swedish and it seems whack? Yeah, it's Göteborg, which isn't, I mean, Borg is like, Borg is, it's the same derivation as the word berg, which means it's more like city in English, but a Borg in Swedish is a fortress, is a fortification. It's like a city that is walled. And Gothenburg used to be a castle that had like moats and stuff. Still does in some places, because this is where we used to like fight the Danes when they try to invade Sweden, right? Because there's like a river that leads way up to the country. Like these days you can go all the way to Stockholm through this river and stuff, right? So and then Göte, I don't know like exactly what that derives from. I think it's a culture of people known as the Geats. And it's like the fortress or the fortification of the Geats. So it's, yeah, that's where the name derives from. What's interesting about the English translation of the city name, though, Gothenburg, which would, you know, logically, you know, by the same logic, mean the fortress or the city of the Goths. Is like very inaccurate, because I don't think there are any Goths up here or ever have been. I think, weren't the Goths the I mean, it's, you know, where you get words like Gothic architecture. It's one of those classic things where there was one tribe of people who caused problems for an ancient prominent civilization like the Romans, and they, because they like didn't like their enemies, obviously used the name of that people as like an adjective for something that was bad, right? So it's the same thing with, you have like the barbarians, like you call something barbaric when it's violent and bad. When something is scary and has like gargoyles and stuff on it and doesn't look nice but looks like horrible, you can refer to it as gothic because you don't like the goths or whatever. One of my favorite like derivations like that is the word grotesque. I really like that one. So, you know, in Rome or in Italy, you would have people who would find like archaeological sites where they would find all these like pieces of art and stuff that were left from pre-Christian Europe, right? Where they would have art of depicting gods, like, you know, like pagan gods, or like gods of the ancient Greek faith, you know, Greek mythology. So characters with animal heads and bodies and stuff like that. It's very common in like Greek mythology that somebody would, like, you know, half goat or half bird or something like that. So they would find these holes or underground like places where they would find this, to them, very horrific looking like art and stuff, because, you know, they were God-fearing Christians who took stuff like that very seriously. And so when you saw something that was scary, you could refer to it as being as of something found in one of these caves, these grottos. So they refer to it as grotto-esque, and that is the derivation of the word grotesque. You like your Downford one, dude. Sorry, I was too busy talking to even notice the fact that you were standing there with a bottle in your hand. But, you know, good games, and have a great day. Prague looks cool. Prague is a beautiful city. I didn't feel very safe when I was there, because I wasn't, you know. I got into trouble in Prague. It was bad. I saw some stuff. I was too young. I was too young to go to Eastern Europe and like party. But it was a beautiful city, dude. Yeah, you're a Berber. Yeah, so you're a barbarian, and I guess I'm a Geet. I'm not a Goth, even though I'm from Gothenburg, but I'm a Geet, or, you know. And I think, which is epic if it's true, that Beowulf was a Geet. So, you know, if you have any dragon issues, just send them my way and I'll do some slaying for you. What happened to me in Prague, I've told some of the story before, but basically what happened was, okay, so here's what happened in Prague. I was in high school, and I was the student council president of my high school for 2 years. I was elected in my second year, and then I was elected again, I think, in my third year. And the graduating class, so we're 18 years old, wanted to go on like a trip, like a graduation trip. It's something that Swedish kids do sometimes when they graduate high school, I guess. And a popular choice was Prague. Thing is, the teachers in the school did not allow any of that to happen anymore, because the previous year or some years prior, some of the students had gone for like an official school graduation trip to Prague, and a bunch of problematic stuff happened. I think a guy fell in love with, and again, I want to stay monetized. I want to see if I can stay monetized on this stream, so I'll just say a lady of the night, and he wanted to bring her with him back to the country, and it became a whole thing. And there were all these problems, right? And because stupid 18-year-old Swedish kids shouldn't really be, you know, like the amount of alcohol that they drink, the amount of partying that we did, you know, for the age that we were, and the immaturity that characterized us was like problematic. But then so everybody else, all the really cool kids, and I was, you know, I wasn't super unpopular, but I wasn't really popular either, you know. But all these, like, all the really cool kids and even my friends would be like, you have to do something because you're the student council guy. You can make this happen, right? And I tried to talk to the principal, and they were like, no, you can't do it. But then I realized that, well, theoretically, we're graduating. We don't really need the permission of the school to do something like this. We could just go. And so I found a bus company that you could charter a bus with like, I think 50 seats and have it drive you to Prague. So we booked it. I sent out a mass email to all the third year students in the school and said, if you want to go to Prague, just give me this amount of money for your ticket and we'll go. And the tickets sold out in like a day because like everybody wanted to go because it was going to be this like sick party trip. And yeah, it was like, yeah, we'll gather in this parking lot on this day. And Ralph, our German bus driver, showed up. He looked like he was from like the adult movie industry. He had a pink button-up shirt with a black leather vest on, big mustache and a bald head. And he was like, "Hello, children." And yeah, it was just strange. And he drove us from Gothenburg to Prague. It was like a 22-hour drive through Austria and stuff. I think he, unironically on the way home, stopped at a place where he could procure a lady of the night, took her to a hotel room, did his business, and then came back and drove us the rest of the way and just left us locked in the bus, dude. But anyway, we'd like, I found this like, whatchamacallit in Prague, like, I don't know, boarding house, a hostel, that's what it's called, a hostel in Prague. And we were like joking, it's going to be like the movie Hostel. We're getting a hostel in Eastern Europe. Somebody's going to die or whatever. But did a girl reject you for a group project? Yeah, probably. So we get to Prague and we get to the hostel. It's really nice looking and it's not a big place. They had these like big rooms with bunk beds, 4 bunk beds in like big nice rooms. It was really cool looking. But we were basically, there were like 50 of us, so we took up the whole place. And then at night everybody's like, yeah, we're gonna go like party in Prague. So me and some of my friends, we wanted to like actually see the city, so we went to the Karl's Bridge and these old churches, and we were walking around in Mishtek, which is like the center of town. But then, you know, the evening came and it was time to party, so we went out to some of these bars, and then the guys wanted to move on to like a strip club because they're like, that's what you do in Prague, we should go to one of these. I've you know, to each their own. I've never been to one. I'm not interested in going to one. It's just not my thing. But I was like, all right, I'll go with you. And in the previous bar we were in, still have never been to one, by the way, we'll get to it. The previous bar we were in, I bought a round of drinks for me and my friends, and no, my friend bought a round of drinks for everybody, and now he was gonna buy the next round. The next round was on me, so I just gave him my wallet and I said, just use my card and you know, buy a round of drinks for everybody. And he still had my wallet in his pocket when we get to this place. It was like down in a basement. We walked down these stairs. It was near Mishtek. And when we get to like the big bouncer guy, we could like see in the club, the strip club, you know, it was packed. It was a huge place. Like the first guys walk up and you had to order a drink at the door. And that was like to prevent people from like going in and watching the show without spending any money. So you had to like, as you went in, pay an entrance fee and then order one drink from the doorman. That's how it worked, right? So the guys go in, me and my like nerdy friend, it's like one of my closest friends who I grew up with, right? We were like, you know, play Warhammer together and stuff. We were the last ones to go in, and I realize at the door that my other friend still has my wallet and he's already inside, right? So the bouncer's like, drink please, you know, we have to order. And I'm like, trying to explain to him that I don't have any money because like my wallet's inside. So I'm pointing inside like this. I'm like pointing inside the club and like saying that I have to go inside. He's thinking that I'm like, because he doesn't speak English, that I'm saying like, you know, no, I'm going, you know. But that's not my point. I'm like, I'll go get my wallet and I'll be back. And he's not understanding me. So after a while, I'm like, dude, because I can see my friend. He's in the wardrobe right over there. So I'm like, dude, just hang on for a minute. And I make one of the biggest mistakes of my life. And I just push past him and walk in the club. Because I'm going to go up to my friend, I'm thinking, grab my wallet out of his pocket, come back and order a drink, right? The moment I push past him and start walking in the club, he's like, signals 2 other guards who just appear out of the shadows. One of them is putting on gloves. My friend Al, who was with me, said that one of them had a knife. I don't, because it was a long time ago now. I think that's true. He said that one of the guys was like pulling a knife on us and everything. So we start running out the place instead, and they actually like were super pissed with us and started following us up the stairs and chased us out on the street. So we're like running away from this place with these people after us, right? The problem is we're now in a city where we've never been. We don't know where to go, and we have no money, right? Because Al didn't have any money either, and we don't know how to get back to the hotel. So like, but because we had done sightseeing earlier in the day, and I remembered that from like the Charles Bridge, this famous place, you could see some hills like way really far away, and I recognized those hills because I know our hostel was somewhere up there. So I'm like, if we can find one of these landmarks that we saw in the day, maybe we can make it back. And so we had this like epic journey walking through the night. And we made it back like in the morning, and that's when I told you like the guys had like bought a special show for my friend Victor, and a dominatrix ended up whipping his back to pieces, and he was like had like bloody streaks all over his body because she had been like walking him around the stage with his belt around his neck like a dog collar. The other night we went out to this like famous club. There was a big fight outside, and the guy got stabbed with a I'm demonetized now. This guy got stabbed with a broken bottle in the neck and started bleeding out on the cobblestone, like right in front of us. Some other like, and I remember I'm in charge of these people because I've organized the trip. You know, I'm the one who has to make sure that they all get on the bus and make it home safe. But some of them, like, you know, idiots, like try to get drugs because they wanted to get high, and some of them got into trouble with that. Some people, like, you know, were getting involved with hookers and all the rest of it. This one guy I knew was an idiot. We were in one club one of the nights, and he threw a beer across the bar at somebody, like a friend of his. He just had a glass full of beer that he threw, and again, bouncers appeared with, you know, put leather gloves on, pulled him in an elevator, and punched like the shit out of him, so he had like a fractured rib and his face was all messed up. Like all these things, right? Constantly happening, and I'm like simultaneously trying to like have a good trip and a good time, simultaneously just kind of scared and kind of wanting to go home, simultaneously worried that it's my responsibility to take care of all these people. Like all kinds of weird stuff happened. It was just not a good time. But yeah, we all got back alive. The first day like sightseeing in Prague, I was very impressed by it. It was beautiful. Swedish teenagers are like the worst thing, dude.
Round 4. Fight.
Can't even really sidewalk him. It's just a train of perfectly homing uninterruptible win buttons. I'm not gonna complain though. Guess I just did. All right, final run. We can do this. We can do this. Bad choice. Not really a choice, it was a missed input. I need to, oh come on dude, I need to win this. You can't just put me in the corner. Thank you, thank you. Very nice of you to like not pull that out the bag. Sounds like Hangover 4 basically, but instead of like a fun romp with friends, it was like, it was genuinely like dark in a bunch of ways, and people could have gotten seriously hurt. Some people did get seriously hurt. And it's just a thing of mine. I know, like, you can make the argument that you should be able to do whatever you want with your body and your money. But for me, strip clubs, prostitutes, all of that, it's always made me very ill at ease, and it's something that I don't want to, like, be around. I saw a lot of it working like nights in hotels and stuff in Japan, dude, because it's obviously a huge thing over there. And, you know, girls who I like pretty obviously were underage or just barely, with these like old dudes and like all the weird stuff. So many things, so many nights, hundreds and hundreds of people, right? And it's just like, I don't, you know, I don't love it. Finally gonna get this promo, maybe on a Jin, no less. Free healthcare, thinking they're invincible. Yeah, and we also like got free money from the government every month, right? That we're supposed to be like, you know, for our parents to help support us studying and becoming useful members of society, but we just ended up using them, like buying like, it's not, you don't get like an astronomical amount of money, but it's enough that you can go out and like buy cocktails in a nightclub. And oh, it's so embarrassing thinking back on it. Like, we, you know, the kids wanted to wear, I mean, I've seen pictures of Main Man. He talked about like what his life used to be like when he was that age, and like he would go to like nightclubs and people wanted to have like brand clothing, and it was just this superficial, extremely shallow pile of idiocy, dude. How common and accepted it is. Now, I've seen that video too. It is common and accepted, I don't know. But I think if you're a woman or a man and you're cheated on, accepting it at all, as far as I can tell from the limited experience that I have, I've never been cheated on or cheated on somebody I was with, but you know, all the people I've interacted with and everything I've seen indirectly, it never works out well. Like, it's like you have to end it. As far as I'm concerned, at that point, it's already dead. You've killed it, and you can keep on living in the corpse of it if you want to. But I think it's only going to hurt you in the end. If you give him the head for the promo. Hey guys, what a great stream. We got a promo. And again, this thing of like just trying to be, you know, less frustrated with the game. I think it's really working out and making it more enjoyable for me. Hopefully you've enjoyed it as well. The new computer is sick. We have chat on screen and it's looking good. We've got alert boxes. Like, everything is coming together, and streaming Tekken 8 is going to be sick. Thank you so much for watching. I'll probably make a video early in the new year so we can hang out and talk, but I won't see you tomorrow because I have to work. I might stream late in the evening, it's possible. Hey, do you guys want to stream at midnight tomorrow? And those of you who don't like have a party to go to, we can hang out and we can like, you know, we can like welcome 2024 together. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll like stay up late. I'll get some non-alcoholic champagne or something. We'll pop that and we'll like, you know, hang out. We'll see what happens. But again, thank you so much for supporting these streams. And now I'm gonna go make that kebab for dinner. And then I'm gonna go hunt some transmogs in World of Warcraft and go to bed early. I'm so, you know what the thing is, like, you can, like that Prague story, like I used to go to nightclubs and party, and I used to like drink and all this stuff, and then I moved to the UK when I was like 19, 20 years old, or like 2021, and that was debauchery, dude. Like, my life, non-alcohol, yeah, I don't drink alcohol anymore. Not because like I had a big problem with it and I wanted to like quit. It's not like I'm sober. It's just that I'm like kind of over booze. And one of the things with alcohol is like it makes my skin worse. And I I very easily get like eczema and problems with my skin, and I want to like keep my complexion good because I don't want to like be scratching myself and struggle to sleep or whatever. So I don't drink anymore. It's not forever, but it's for the foreseeable future. I don't drink. And you know, that year and change that I lived in the UK and partying on the waterfront like every night, using all my disposable income on like just hanging out in these like mainly gay clubs with all my gay friends and colleagues, because Brighton is a very gay city, right? And all the rest of it. The fact that I like made it through all of these things like relatively unscathed. I haven't taken permanent emotional or physical damage from any of it, although I was very close a bunch of times. Been in fights, have stuff thrown at me. I mean, a bunch of things, you know. The fact that I like made it through all of that means that when I realized, really, when I was like in my mid-20s, before I moved to Japan, I was like, okay, stop all of this. That was like, I had one of those moments. I had to like stop and go back to, what do I actually want to do? Like, I'm not about this. Like, what do I actually want to do? Even though I had a lot of fun as well, obviously. And I was like, well, when I was younger, I was like a nerdy kid who was really into Japanese stuff. I was learning Japanese katana fencing and I watched anime. And at that point, mind you, I hadn't like watched anime or been into that stuff for years and years and years and years. Like it was way in my past. But I was like, I love those things. And I was really into like biology and zoology, and I wanted to learn about animals and dinosaurs and all these things, and I love to read, and I'm like, well, if that's who I like was before all these superficial like things that I thought I, you know, wanted to be or had to be, like, got stacked on top of it, maybe I'll be a happier person if I go back to and embrace the person I actually was. And it required me, like, do you guys want to see a picture of me back in the day? Let's see if I can find something. I think I was pretty cute. I don't know, maybe you guys won't think so. Let's see if I can like log in here and find some old pictures. But I decided to like, no, I'm gonna go back to and embrace the person I think I actually am, right? So my dream back then was going to Japan one day and learning the Japanese language. I'm like, that's what I'm gonna do. And let's see here. I don't remember my password. Maybe I do. You've given an old password. It was changed 7 years ago. Okay. Oh, I got in. I managed to somehow remember my password. You want to see baby frame? All right. Well, anyway, and what happened after I like stopped all this like superficial dumb stuff? I mean, this is obviously very, very, I'm not blowing any minds with this grand revelation, you know, it's just part of growing up for everybody. But the friends I made after that are friendships that were genuine and that lasted, you know, because I was me from the beginning. And so people who liked me and gravitated towards that were people who genuinely liked me, you know? And I felt so much happier. And yeah, I was lame. I was into like video games and anime and stuff, but I didn't care if anybody like, you know, thought that was lame. And it just made me so much more stable, made me so much more chilled out. And since then, I've been like really happy with my life, even though there have been like hard times, you know? Damn, I used to be like a lot thinner. Maybe I should lose weight. All right, this is just like one picture. I'm not going to show you like a bunch, but how do I get it up on screen? Opening up MySpace, pretty much. You're not still friends with your gay crew? There's one girl, Carrie Ann. We were pretty close. I haven't talked to her in years, but I bet if I hit her up, she would be like down to hang out. She was cool. She invited me along to a birthday party with her girlfriend, because they're gay, right? And her girlfriend was her ex-girlfriend, but they were still friends. And I think they still occasionally fooled around. And her ex-girlfriend was beautiful. I the first thing because Casino Royale had come out, the Bond movie with Daniel Craig. No, sorry, no, it was Skyfall. And she looked a lot like Bernice Marlowe, who's like the girl who gets shot with a whiskey glass on the head in that movie. And the first thing I said when I came to her birthday party, because I was invited even though I didn't know her, and I brought flowers. So I gave her the flowers and said happy birthday, because I didn't want to go to a birthday party where I didn't know the person and bring nothing. And then I said, anybody ever told you look exactly like Bernice Marlowe, who's like one of the most epically beautiful women in the whole world. So she kind of liked me right away. And yeah, the three of us hung out and it was sick. That's the end of the story for now. Let's see here. I mean, yeah, image, add source, add news. Damn, it's complicated doing stuff in OBS. Okay, and now where's the image? I'm sorry I'm so terrible at this, you guys. I really am. I am terrible at all of this. I can't even like download a picture. Oh, this is a fun one. I'll download this as well. This is like after I got fat and stuff. Try right-clicking with the mouse. I've gotten that far, dude. Oh, here we go. This is me and my sister, like, about to go to the club, and I don't know. What am I? 17, maybe? You guys think I was cuter in the past? I was definitely thinner, though. I wore a crucifix even though I wasn't religious because I thought it was cool. Yeah, it's me and my older sister pre-gaming before we went out. We used to party a lot together. What's really cool about hitting the club with your sister is that if I was like talking to a girl or a guy was talking to her and she wasn't interested, she would signal me and I would walk up and go, pretend that she was with me. So it was very useful in that way. Let's see if I have something else. This is much later. This is the first year in Japan. We were hanging out in a park and I decided that I wanted to be a golden god. So I made everybody stand behind me and so I could pretend to be a Hindu god. This is like 8 years later. So you can tell I've got a bloated face by now. What else do I have? No, that's not. What's this stream starting soon? What's happening now? Oh, God, I am terrible at this. Oh, it's tiny. I think this is my 20th birthday party. This is me 20 years old. That's me and my first girlfriend. We were together for like 4 years. She was cool. Oh yeah, my sisters are both beautiful. Always have been. No, not always have been. My older sister was fat when we were young, and she was a bully. She was not nice to me, and she was fat and used to lock me in the basement. She was horrible, but then she grew up and became very pretty and very popular, and since then she's been very, very nice. Damn, I look like such an asshole. I haven't looked at like old pictures in a long time. This is from, I think this might be the UK days. This is probably, oh, I did it again. Were you in a boy band? No. Yeah, I think this is me in the UK days. I should lose weight. It's like a big difference. I still had a wrinkly forehead though. Losing weight can do wonders. Yeah, no kidding, dude. I should do it. Oh well. Important thing is to be happy with who you are now, right? The vest, yeah, I know. I had multiple vests, dude, and I would wear the vests over t-shirts, and then if we had like a really good party and things got stupid, I would wear only the vest, dude. T-shirt off, vest and necklace only, dude. And then I'd have some little like symbol on the necklace that was from like some sort of, you know, obscure Hindu faith thing, and you know, it would be like like somebody would ask me like, what's that? And I'd have this story about how it meant something, represented something. Man, I was such a douchebag, dude. It's funny too, because I'm looking at all these old photos and I can tell exactly when I got like chubby and like lost my looks. Oh, I actually have pictures from the Prague trip. I'm not going to show those though. That's too dangerous. That's way too dangerous. Vest only stream? Yeah, we should do it. Only vests. You guys have to join my only vests. I'll show you a last one. This is the first time I ever visited Japan. When I was studying in Sapporo. This is before I permanently moved there. Oh, dude. This Halloween costume was sick. I used to be good at Halloween, dude. This is me at the fish market in Sapporo. I had good hair. I still have pretty good hair when I work on it, but I never do that anymore. I just wear a hat, you know. Full hummus. Hey, thanks, man. This is like one of the first days I ever spent in Japan. Damn, I was sick. This crab is alive, by the way. It's moving. Oh well. Hummus in the bussy? Hell yeah. I look so young. I was. I haven't aged terribly, but I haven't aged terribly well either. But a big thing is, like, I'm not very overweight or anything. I'm not fat, but I am definitely fatter than I was back then. And I used to work out and stuff, you know. Looks like a king crab. I think it was, dude. I think it was. They tape up the claws, though. This is very rare for me to, like, share photos and stuff. I'm sorry, I mean, it's not... You know, I don't expect any of you to be interested in this. Dude, some of these pictures are... This is probably what I'm going to be doing the rest of the evening. Not looking at myself, but, like, all these, like, weird memories and stuff, dude. Be my first ever job. Do you guys want to see the ultimate douchebag picture of all time? Okay, this is the douchiest looking picture ever taken, not of me, but of a human being. But it's intentional. It's a joke. Like, I'm trying to look like a douchebag, but it's funny how douchey it looks. So I'll show it anyway. This is like, imagine me with this face saying that Mishimas are easy. This is the ultimate douche photo, dude. And I remember this day, I didn't have a belt for these jeans, so I borrowed my mom's. That's my mom's belt, dude. I'm like 17 years old drinking a shandy gaff. What an asshole, dude. What is gym culture like in Sweden? It's big. Like, most people work out to the point where I've like... Because I'm such a contrarian, I don't do it because it's cringe. The eyebrows, yeah, I know. It's the ultimate douche photo, dude. Hey, what's up, God Hands? Just blocked, bro. Yeah. But it's like, I think sometimes when I tell stories of like all the stuff I used to get up to, people don't believe me because it's like, you know, what do you mean? You're obviously like a fat nerd. But the important point is I am a fat nerd and that's exactly who I want to be. And there's lots of like love in my life. I like what I do. I'm much more comfortable and happy now than when I was like, you know, trying to be cool or whatever. So, you know, sink into what you are. Unless, you know, you have very problematic pathological tendencies, then, you know, get help and become something else. But turned you from Bob to Miguel. Yeah, you've described yourself as Miguel before. Were you really big in the past, LKMA? Were you really big? You know what? That's what I'm going to do, dude. Before I have my chicken kebab, I'm actually going to do a couple of push-ups. I can do like 20 push-ups now, no problem. But I used to do 50. No issue at all. I used to do multiple push-ups on one arm. It's haram? Yeah, I know. It would have been, because I've seen some of those like old party photos of when Main Man used to be, prowling in the Swedish jungle. It would have been like super sick to like time machine back and hang out with him back then, and we could have like a douchebag competition. 50, yeah, I used to do 50, no problem. I won't say no problem, but I used to do 50, yeah. But I also had like my body weight was significantly lower back then. I remember like my weight that I coasted at for most of those years, I was like 68 kilos. I was lean, dude. Now I'm like 80. You look like Chunky Miguel? And that's basically Bob. Are you very strict about diet, LKMA? Because one of my friends got really into bodybuilding and he got good at it. He built an amazing body in like 6 months. And then he was like really into fitness, and he always used to say abs are made in the kitchen. He was like, it's, you have to work out a lot, but it's a lot less about that and a lot more about how you eat. He would like, measure his proteins on kitchen scales and everything. Handstand push-ups, yeah, I could do that as well. Now I have like inflamed, weak, shitty wrists and shoulder joints, and I'm 34, dude. It's not like I'm old enough that it's okay that my body hurts when I do stuff. I really should work out, shouldn't I? I mean, if for no other reason that I want to be comfortable, and not be in pain. 6 months is very quick. No, he didn't use steroids, but he was, my friend Eric was a kind of guy where he would get into something and he would obsess about it and you wouldn't see him. Like you couldn't even get in touch with him. So he would basically think about fitness from waking up in the morning to going to bed at night. He would work out 3 times a day. He would like learn everything he could, and everything was about this one thing. And then, after a while, he would just move on. Like he got really into poker one time and he would like started gambling to the point where he had himself banned from the casino so that he couldn't go back, right? He was very, very obsessive. But it was cool because that first trip to Japan where I was holding the crab, he was with me on that. He was like a classmate of mine. And then we came back, and the old Japan gang who lived in Japan together, we got together for like a night out, and Eric just showed up. And it was funny because all the girls liked him because he was a really nice guy, but he never dated any of them or kissed any of them. And this like guy that you really like and that you think is super cool and really nice showed up to the club with like the perfect body, and everybody was like, oh my god. And like every single girl in that group was like trying to pull him into a dark corner during the evening, dude. It's called an eating disorder, pretty much. Yeah, it wasn't healthy. I mean, I don't know if the way he gained the muscle and whatever was healthy, but the obsessive nature of how he would get into stuff, I don't think was necessarily healthy. Because like he played Tekken. He was like one of the first guys that started learning Tekken alongside with in Tag 2. This was like when I was completely new to the franchise, and he was better than me in the beginning, and then I got better and we were like the 2 really strong ones in our friend group. But his tag team that he used in Tag 2 all the time was Brian Huarong. And I promise you, one of the reasons I to this day dislike those characters specifically and make fun of them is because Eric used to use them and kick my ass, and then I would have to get better, and we would like have an arms race. Pretend that we weren't practicing in between sessions, right? I would make fun of, each other and stuff. All right, that's the stream. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a New Year's thing. I'm not going to promise anything because not only am I going to have to work pretty hard tomorrow, it's that other thing where I work at a business that is open 24 hours, and a lot of weird stuff sometimes happen on New Year's Eve. So I might, get called in. I might have to like show up and help out and support the team. It's an important big night, but if everything goes smoothly and I'm home and I got my food and I got my non-alcoholic champagne or, soda or whatever. You know, I don't drink soda. Maybe I'll buy soda. And, you know, we'll hang out. Because I know that a lot of people, like, feel weird and bad about the fact that they don't have anything planned for New Year's. I don't feel like that anymore. I don't want to have anything planned. But if you've got nothing better to do, come back tomorrow and maybe we'll hang out and, you know, play some Tekken or whatever. Or maybe we'll just hang out and like react to Tekken stuff, you know. Working on New Year's, yeah, but that's not new to me. And I've been working in hotels for the last, I don't know, many years. Since I was like 26, most of the Christmases and New Year's, I've been at work. And it doesn't bother me anymore. Eric was the source of the salt. Yeah, I don't know if he plays anymore. Love to call him. I wonder if he knows that, you know, he used to kick my ass and I felt bad about losing. So I decided to like try and learn Tekken. So I would look up YouTube videos and I would watch like Rip and Aris's character guides. If he like knows that I eventually like became pretty good at the game and became like a Tekken YouTube guy, I wonder if he knows. We'll see if I ever talk to him again. Good night, guys. Can't even end the stream. Where's the end stream button, dude?